drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted.
Good afternoon and good evening, friends, and welcome to this, the fifth day, the final week of the Anger Games. This one is for all the marbles, as it were. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining us. My name is CCP Jotun, joined alongside our first death segment with Black Bart Pirate and the Basilisk. Gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening as it pertains to you. BBP, how are you doing, sir?
It's good morning for me. Just letting you know.
Good morning.
We can't skip that out. You know,
That's,
some of us are
you're right.
on the West Coast.
You're right.
Think about poor Wingnut. Think about Wingnut.
I think about Wingnut all the time, actually, as it were.
I'm always thinking about Wingnut.
I'm noticing BBP today. You're a little less wide than usual. I want to say this is a glow up for you.
You know, we had to give the people what they want, and so we'll slowly increase the girth as the day goes on, or not. We'll see.
That's acceptable. That's fine for me. Basilisk, welcome to the. First of all, my condolences that you have to be here, but also congratulations on being here. Baz, how are you doing, my friend?
Thank you. I'm doing very well. I've been freed from the shackles of actually playing and back into the desk, which is maybe where I belong, because I'm clearly not good enough to be on the grid anymore.
You're absolutely right. Real responsibility sucks. Fake internet TV show responsibility is much, much better.
You'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Mark?
I know every little
yeah.
bit about that. As it turns out, folks, this is the final weekend of the Anger Games. We have a spread of matches, an exciting set. We're going to be going into the losers bracket first. We have a handful of matches. You can see those matches behind me here. Odin's Call up the top, Lazy Piglets, No Vacancies, Exodunks, Paid Actors, Rusty Hyenas, Only Need 3 Comps, and Tempest Calcif, who will be our first match today, those former two. An exciting set of matches. We have losers bracket matches that are all elimination matches. We have a couple of winners bracket matches. All of this sets up for our big finals bracket tomorrow here on this stream. Another word of advice, if you're not familiar, we have 2 streams up right now. We have this stream here on the official CCP Twitch. We also have a stream, twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. If you've listened before, you've heard me say that a couple times. That just has a couple separate camera views. A lot of cool stuff over there. You should check it out. They don't have separate commentary, but it's cool anyway. You should give it a shot if you have not done so yet. It would be cool to have multiple monitors, multiple screens, a lot of different camera views. You can be an elite gamer if you do it this way. It'd be very cool. Let's get right into it, gentlemen. We have a little bit here before the first match starts, but we have a lot to talk about. Let's start out with our first match. Only Needs 3 Comps versus Tempest Calcif. I am relying today on some information gathered by the Basilisk and also information gathered from Showmanow's Eve Tournalytics. Shout out to Show for that. A ton of great information for us to reference for this upcoming weekend. Thank you, Baza, for this. So let's start with Tempest Calcif. Tempest Calcif, a lot of history in tournament play over the last several years and before. Let's talk about the how they like to play their matches. Baza, you've seen Tempest over the like I said, over the last several years. What kind of play style do they prefer, and what do you kind of expect to see from them going into this final weekend of matches?
I mean, Templates have been quite varied in the past, but in this Anger Games in particular, they've been very, very focused on utilizing the strengths of Tech 2 Logi. So we've seen, I think, twice from them, they've used a heavy battleship and an Oneros. So they've used a Lashak and Oneros twice. And they've also used a Dominix and a Zalmaz twice in a heavy drone comp. So that seems to be their bread and butter this tournament so far. And they're supporting that with their bans, which they've done again today of this upcoming match of Armageddon and Healer, which basically says, we want to protect our Logi Cruiser. We don't want it to get killed by Healer drones. We don't want to get neuted across the arena by long-range Armageddon newts. So it's potential that they can just field more of the same, bring out a heavy one battleship core type comp, and that seems to be their strengths at the moment.
So let's talk about this, the Dominix comp specifically, because there are a lot of questions being raised last week, or actually the last couple of weeks, about the Dominix specifically. Is the Dominix in terms of what are the best fits for these sort of heavy armor single battleship comps? We've seen Widows, we've seen Lashaks, obviously. Apparently, every so often you see like a Vindicator or something. Is what kind of utility does the Dominix have in those setups that a lot of other ships might not have?
Well, obviously the Dominix, being a drone boat, you're able to fit the high slots with a lot of neuting power. I think you get 5 mids as well, so you can probably fit a scram, a grapple, a web. You don't need tracking computers or anything like that kind of thing. So you can get a lot of utility and just use it as a big brick to sit in front. We did see they fielded a Dominix comp against a Rush, and the Rush sort of rammed into the Dominix comp and into the Dominix and kind of, in my opinion, shot the wrong thing. I think they quite possibly could have just gone around the Dominix and focused on killing the Logi. But they sort of fell for the bait and said, let's kill this giant brick, and then failed to kill it. But yeah, you do get a lot of utility for it. Obviously, it's not up pointed like some of the other battleships like the Abaddon and the Armageddon. So
sure,
quite a point economical choice.
I don't disagree. BBP, let's talk then about our friends from Only Need 3 Comps. We have they typically like to, the notes listed here by Basilisk, like to play heavy armor core, but is also kited with CFIs. What is reflected then in the ban list from Tempest Calcif for this match, BBP?
So for the Tempest Calcif bans or the Only Need 3 Comps bans?
Well,
like either or. Yeah. I mean, so Tempest did target the CFI. Like if they kited with the CFI, Tempest bans the CFI. Like we're at the point where, you have so many matches versus of data that you can kind of start target banning. It is kind of interesting to see that Only Need 3 Comps has banned exactly what Bazza predicted they would ban. So big brain right there, in the exact order that he did. So either they're doing the same bans every single time, or that's going on. But banning out an Armageddon and banning out the Armageddon is a very, very strong armor core setup. They have flown things with that several times. Cyclone Fleet issue ban, again, they actually kited very, very well with them and did a really powerful job. So Tempest is definitely kind of targeting them here. Only Need 3 Comps maybe is falling into a bit of a trap here if they're just banning the same thing every single time and playing the same thing every time. But I mean, that's why they're called Only Need 3 Comps, right?
That is true. It does kind of feel like that is you wonder about these comps and whether or not they, and you're right. And I want to talk to you about this a little bit more because you mentioned it in the interim before the stream started. We're at the point now where there is enough history over the last couple of weekends, enough matches that these teams have played, where you can start to see consistencies between different matches and what teams feel strong about. Is that something that the teams are taking into consideration going now into the final weekend, or are they looking at it like, well, we've seen XYZ, we don't want to over prepare for any one of those because they might bring out something we have not seen yet?
I mean, I hope you're taking it into consideration. Like that's either a like extreme level of confidence or stupidity if you're just kind of like, screw it, we're going to do our same thing over and over again. Because like I said, at this point you have a lot of data. But there is always the risk that somebody's going to bring something crazy out there. And if you're practicing enough, hopefully you've practiced to the point where that any setup you bring will beat sort of the main archetypes of this. So yeah, obviously if somebody brings a surprise out that you have no idea how to counter, I mean, you're screwed. But hopefully, at this point, you're kind of just hoping that they don't have some weird pocket thing that's like completely off meta that actually is the real meta, but nobody's flown it yet. I don't know if either of these teams are going to do that.
The true secret meta. Yeah.
And we've seen it happen in tournaments over and over again where the final weekend is when people pull out these setups that actually were the best setups and they were better than every other setup and they just save them to the end. And it turns out that our meta for the first 2 weekends, we thought that these setups were like, oh, this is like an A tier comp or an S tier comp or however you want to say it. It turns out all of those were actually C and B tier. There was something way better and nobody brought it out.
Mm-hmm. Let's very briefly before we have about 3 minutes left before we go down to the arena. Bazza, let's talk for a second about comps and counter comps and bans and counter bans. So Only Needs 3 Comps. We've talked about how they like to play heavy, but they've also kited with the CFIs. Those CFIs get banned out by Tempest Calcif. Only Needs 3 Comps accounting for seemingly wanting to kite by banning out the Hyena, banning out the Loki. But now they've put themselves in a position where their mainstay CFI is no longer available. In that case, when you're talking about putting comps together, what is a good substitute for the CFI if that's not available for you?
This is something I've considered quite a lot, obviously in the formation of our own comps. I think the best thing that we found to substitute for the CFI that's the points equivalent is probably the Drake Navy, but it is still quite a significant downgrade because you need to either lose a launcher to fit 2 links. It does a lot less DPS. It doesn't have as good drone power. It's just not as good overall. It doesn't have the same speed. It doesn't have the generous fitting that lets you fit an XLA speed to the Cyclone Fleet. So it is a pretty big downgrade. So whether or not they want to sort of power through the Cyclone Fleet ban and just substitute it, or if they sort of feel shoehorned into their heavy armor type comps, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I'm not sure if it's, given the power of the Cyclone Fleet, I'm not sure if it's worth saying, oh, well, let's just take it on the chin and field something else that substitutes because it's just a really good ship.
Well, and let me ask you one more question too, because as somebody who just was very recently in the tournament, theory crafting every day for these matches, when you're talking about, we talk a lot about what these bands typically represent, and a lot of times they're just kind of best in slot bands. For I want to remove the best ship in this comp, the best ship in this camp, the best ship in this comp. Maybe not so much to move teams in a direction of away from one thing towards another thing, but just trying to make those comps less powerful when they're actually on the grid. Does the CFI at this point in the tournament feel like a best in comp pick for that kind of battle cruiser, not quite pirate battle cruiser setup?
I think it does. I think it's really good in Rush because it does really high DPS. It's really good in Kite. You can fit X-Layer SPs. You can fit heavy missiles. It does, it's fast. It's got loads of fitting. I think it's in a similar sort of position to the Orthrus where it is just the best ship at doing what it does. It's quite versatile. You can use it in Rush or Kite. It's just got really good base stats, and with the recent again, this is why the Orthrus is banned, is with the recent Osprey Navy issue nerfs to rapid light missiles and the missile range. The Orthrus is basically the only ship that does that kind of rapid light role. So yeah, I think it is a best in slot type ban for sure.
Very cool. All right, well, we got about a minute left before we get down to the arena. Before we go, let's talk predictions, because that's what the folks at home want to know. We're not sponsored by DraftKings, but boy howdy, I'm sure there are people here who wish that we were. Black Bart Pirate, let's talk. Only need 3 comps versus Tempest Calcif. Based on what you've seen so far, who are you predicting to take out this elimination match today?
Yeah, I didn't do it based on anything. I just did it based on the point ratios. So I put all my points on only need 3 comps. But that's because, like, about 3 minutes ago, there was this really, really good payout if they won, and now it's kind of evened out. So I feel like I kind of got baited there. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not super happy about that.
Well, you gotta wait. You gotta wait till the very end. Baza, before you go, what do you got on this one?
I'm going to go with only need 3 comps. I feel like Templars have had a couple of wins that were maybe slightly close or perhaps unearned with their Battleship Tech 2 Logi comp. I've been a little bit unconvinced by the Dominics in some regards. So yeah, I'm going to go with only need 3 comps for this one.
All right. Well, folks, we are going to go down to the arena now. We have the final week of the Anger Games starting right now. We have Neutronomonics, Virion Stone Shard in the arena. Only need 3 comps versus Tempest Calcif. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Arena transition. Arena go.
Well, looks like my co-host is typically muted. Always happens on the first match. My name is Aaron Stoneshard, joined by Neutronomonics for the first of today's matches. And we were just talking about how the last weekend might see some new comps, and we have a triple Magus double curse for Templars. Absolutely wild. If Neutronomonics has managed to unmute, can you tell me what only
Sure,
needs 3 comps has?
Okay, so ON3C, we got a very interesting comp here. We got Armageddon Navy issue Prophecy, Augurer Logi, along with a Vedmak and Ashamu, an Omen, and a single Retribution Frigate. This is quite an interesting matchup, actually.
It's going to be a sketchy one, because we've seen comps like Triple Draugr, where you at least have the high turret damage, but with Triple Magus, my main question right now is, where's their DPS?
I mean, you've got they're gonna be so heavily reliant on drones here, because you got 2 curses, Astradios. Astradios is really the lion's share of the Calcif DPS as we get underway here, our first match of the day. And yeah, it's Calcif kiting away with all those drones, and there go all those drones. It's going to be very interesting, though. That Vedmak, which can do quite a bit of damage, going to be definitely neutered by that double curse setup there.
Yep, it looks like Templars is immediately going for the weak point, the T1 logistics cruiser of Melinda and the Augurer, throwing all the drones out on him.
Yeah,
I just wonder if they have enough DPS with those low drone ships.
I mean, you never know. Like, again, the Stradios can do quite a lot of damage. You see both teams are actually trying to go for each other's Logi, although it seems as though Only Need 3 Comps has switched onto the curse of Devin Penkin and are trying to chunk that down. That Augurer is getting low right now. It's in about half armor. It really needs to either get some armor rep drones on himself or, overheat that Ancil. Otherwise, he's going to have a bad time here.
Some chunks of damage are landing on the Oneros as well, though, and trading a T1 Logic Cruiser for a T2 Logic Cruiser is a fantastic position to find yourself in.
Yeah, 100%. If you only need 3 comps and you get that on arrows off the field, you're suddenly going to be able to, nothing else is going to be able to get reps on. And then after that, really, your primary priority, I should say, is going to be those 2 curses. Once you get that curse, either of the curses off the field, that gets rid of a lot of the tracking disruption. Although we see that Tech 1 Logi going down first. All those drones are now in a big drone ball and zipping across the arena.
Yeah, Curtis is still holding fairly stable, and the problem right now is you have 2 curses bearing down on a Vedmak and an Omen, meaning those guys are doing probably 0 DPS at this moment.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, those curses with the tracking disruptors and the newts, I mean, you've got the combination of both, and it really, Calcif has a huge amount of control in the arena, although Curtis is starting to take quite a bit of damage. He's now into low armor, about 25% armor left. We'll see if he can live to survive here.
Yeah, any second of time that he buys at the moment, though, is more time for those energy neutralizers to really start pressuring down a Vedmak, an Omen, a Retribution, a Navy or Prophecy. all of those ships are fairly dependent on capacitor to do pretty much anything here.
Yeah, I am liking what Only 3 Comps is doing, though. They are close to losing to Bug and the Vedmak, but I've noticed that they are splitting DPS quite a bit here. You got damage going on to the Curse of Devon, you got damage going on into the Oneros of Curtis, and onto 3-Brand as well. Trying to get the Magus off the field, get some of those links help off the field for Kalsif is a pretty good play, although it's not looking good. Oh, hold on. The Oneros might go down here along with the Bug, so we might see a trade for an Oneros and a Vedmak about midway through this match here.
Honestly, though, Curtis living this long with no remote armor bots on him is pretty much a miracle play here. That's gonna put them so far ahead by now. Vedmak going down as well. Yeah, okay, they're gonna lose a Magus, but at this point, that's a lot of ships with low capacitor trying to maybe get on top of something while all these drone ships can just spend the rest of the match running away in circles and slowly chipping away at them.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, if this Vedmak goes down, that takes a lot of Only Need 3 Comps' DPS off the field, as it does right there. Although I noticed that right now, Only Need 3 Comps is going for Kalsif's biggest DPS dealer right now on field, which is, of course, the Stratios. Stratios, arguably not the fastest ship.
A good MGD play. He's safe.
Oh, wow. That was
and with
huge.
that Retribution now almost down as well, that's the remaining fast tackle, pretty much. Okay, the Ashmu has webs, but it's still a fairly slow ship.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the Ashmu is definitely not known for being fast. Neither's the Stratios, though, and the Stratios now goes down. So now Kalsif really has to do something here to get this. They got to get this Retribution off the field, and they have to really get this Omen as well, because the Omen's arguably the fastest thing that they have left out on the field here.
The problem is Stalin's Magus is already heavily tackled. He's not getting away, so it's 1 Magus, 2 Curses now trying to kite and pull off some hero play here.
Yeah, this is an absolute nail-biter of a match here. We got Stalin's about to go down. Ludus, Stalin's goes down there, and now we see Ludus in the Omen not taking any damage right now. Kalsif is kind of, I think they're kind of, taking a step back here and wondering, geez, guys, what's our next play here? How are we gonna come through on this one?
2 Curses should mean they are fairly safe from any damage from Only Need 3 Comps, but the problem is that's a low amount of DPS to try and win out on points with whatever time is left still.
Yeah, no, I don't think 2 Curses and a Magus worth of drones is going to chew through an Armageddon Navy issue, and I don't think they're going to chew through a Prophecy either. Three of the 4 ships left for Only Need 3 Comps, very well known for being very tanky ships.
And it looks like Hila's Curse has managed to get a little bit too close. Captain Shinken on him now with the Ashmu. I think, despite what looked like a very good starting play from Templis, I think that's going to be it. With just 1 Curse free and 1 Magus, what can you do?
There's really nothing you can do. I mean, you can... If you got 1 Curse left, the only thing you're going to be able to do here, if you're Kalsif, is just, deflect off the lasers from that Armageddon Navy issue and just try and survive as long as you can. But
yeah,
I mean, really, it's
taking chunks of damage here. I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
He's down. GFs are going up in local, and it looks like it's all over but the crying for Kalsif here.
What a return, though. That Oneros was lasting so long.
Yeah, the Oneros living really, really extended Kalsif chances on that one. I mean, they didn't have a lot of damage on the field, but they did such a good job early on having that Oneros survive.
With 1 minute left on the clock now, Devon is going for the honorable action. He's asked in local, let me jump.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how far he can make it out of the arena.
We're gonna see if he's gonna be able to boundary. Oh, there goes the Magus of Stoish. He's down, so it's just Devon left in the Curse as he's trying to going for the edge of Valhalla here. We'll see if he makes it before those drones chunk him through.
And there's the MGD play. Let's see how far he lands.
Do we have a record on MJD plays so far this term? 200 kilometers. That's pretty good.
Ooh, Zealous is posting 218 and a half.
I saw that. That's that is an impressive amount of distance. Jeez.
Very nice.
Record for the tournament.
Well, there we are. Only taking it. No, go ahead.
Well, with a very unexpected U-turn there, that looks like Only Need 3 Comps take this one. So we'll go back to the desk.
That's
now for the Twitch chat. To do damage, you need to be able to do damage. Black Bart Pirate, this Templus Calcif, a sort of a weird drone, heavy control comp, but not a lot of damage. What went wrong for Templus in that match?
I mean, the only thing that really went wrong for Templus is that the other team also brought some drones. So the Templus setup was probably like, if they had gone up against anything that did not have high drone DPS, I think they actually won that. Like, you saw that there was really nothing that the enemy Logi could do because there were so many light and medium drones on them that just got taken down. There was very little damage actually coming out from the Prophecy or the Armageddon or the Vedmech from their guns. However, Prophecy Navy Issues and Armageddon Navy Issues actually have pretty high DPS drones as well, and the problem is that the Templus setup had like no damage. I think at best it might have had 12 to 1300 DPS with their drones, which weirdly enough is about how much that the other team also had with their drones, but they also had guns. You can't track and disrupt drones. Technically you can, but like you're not going to. You can't nuke drones out so they don't do damage anymore. They had no way of actually stopping the DPS, and they just slowly got whittled down. I mean, as soon as that Stratios went down, it was like you literally don't have enough DPS to kill an Armageddon Navy issue, period.
Right. Let's, for a moment here, Baza, talk about this only need 3 comps team, which has been strong throughout the entire tournament. Played very well the last few weeks. Coming up, obviously strong here today. This Armageddon Navy comp specifically, this feels just it's an interesting setup. It's a much more balanced comp, obviously, than what we saw from Templus Calcif. Even losing their Augur so early, we saw Melinda 1 going down pretty early on in that match. What did only need 3 comps do so well in this one? Aside from the fact that their opponents just didn't bring any DPS whatsoever, what did only need 3 comps do otherwise that really propelled them to a victory here?
I think they did a really good job just sort of staying to their win con and knowing that they can sort of, although they're up against 2 curses, they have a lot of damage and they still have a lot of capacitor pressure. Obviously, you don't really want to be newting out a Prophecy. And the Armageddon Navy issue with its long-range newts and obviously pumping 3200s can probably still cap out a curse and get on top of it and keep shooting. And we saw CFS Kane and the Armageddon Navy still pumping out a lot of damage during that match. The Templars did do a really, really good job. I mean, the Oneros, as the casters pointed out, the Oneros of Curtis lived for absolutely ages. He had those drones going after him. They did a really good job with the screening, the 3 Maguses, getting on top of stuff, pinning it down. But in the end, I think, as BBP was saying, the comp matchup was just really unfavorable for them. The base stats of the Armageddon Navy, the Prophecy, the Ashimu, the Omen, all that stuff they brought is just so difficult for a drone comp to chew through. I mean, drone comps are great. You know, when you have a drone comp, you land on grid, you say, okay, we've got to kill the Logi. It's a really easy target for call as soon as you land because you know it's the only thing that you really have DPS to break. But when you come up against the Tech 1 Logi, you say, okay, we killed the Augur. They did that, and then after that, it's kind of, we don't really want to shoot an Armageddon Navy, we don't really want to shoot a Prophecy, we don't really want to shoot an Ashimu, because it's all just going to take ages to die. And that's what we saw, and eventually they just sort of got whittled down, the curses got neutered out, they got caught, and it kind of fell apart. But, I mean, they still did a really good job, even though they lost.
Yeah, I mean, I fully expect that we're going to see this team perform well. We have them; they're going to be in the next round versus either Paid Actors or Rusty Hyena. So congratulations to Only Need 3 comps for advancing through our losers bracket. Templus Calcif unfortunately going home. They still get their money back. In fact, I think they actually, yes, they are getting their money back today for their buy-in. For those of you who aren't aware, the Plex prizes for everybody who has played in the tournament are fairly substantial at the high end. The number 12, the number 11, and the number 10 team are all getting 2,500 Plex for this. That is just their buy-in, so they don't lose any money. Say again?
And number 9.
Oh, sorry, and number 9 as well. Number 9 also getting, so the bottom 4 teams all getting 2,500 Plex. That's their buy-in. From there, the 7th and 8th place teams are getting 6,375 Plex. The 5th and 6th place teams getting 10,200 Plex. The 4th place team gets 12,950. 3rd place gets 20,400. 2nd place gets 22,950 Plex. And the winning team will walk away with a staggering 28,050 Plex. I don't quite know what the conversion for that is. I know it's very high.
Quite a profitable endeavor, doing well, for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt. That's not bad at all. Okay, let's move forward. Let's talk about this next matchup. We have Rusty Hyenas. We have Paid Actors. Rusty Hyenas, kind of surprising. They're this far deep. I'm not sure the last time they made a run this deep into the tournament, or any tournament, but they have performed well so far to end up in this spot. And Paid Actors, of course, a pretty standard tournament mainstay. Both of these teams, I feel like this is going to be an interesting matchup, and a lot of interesting bans. So let's work through these. Basil, let's talk about Rusty Hyenas. What have you seen from them over the last couple matches, and what do they like to bring?
Well, regrettably, I have personal experience with Rusty Hyenas. They have, over the past couple matches, they've brought much the same thing every time. They've brought an Armageddon Navy issue and 2 Typhoons. A comp that I think has been quite maligned by a couple people on the desk and the casters as 3 battleships. It's rubbish, it can't work. But they seem to have kept finding success with it, but they're going to have to change it up this time as Paid Actors saying, we think the Typhoon is probably the only Tech 1 battleship that can sort of really work in a 3 battleship comp, and banning it out. So Rusty Hyenas is going to be forced to switch it up here.
You're right. Let's talk before we move on, because I want to ask BBP about something here in just a moment. We are going to talk about bans real fast. We've got them up on the screen right now. Rusty Hyenas banning the Loki, Orthrus, and Alligator. Paid Actors banning the Scimitar, the Typhoon, and the Loki. And then a 4th ban because of that Loki ban. Rusty Hyenas banning the Kizriel. Paid Actors banning the Paladin. BBP for Paid Actors. The notes here are notes assembled by Thank You Baz. Mentioned that they like playing a Tempest Rush, which is kind of an anti-rush. In your mind, what is an anti-rush trying to accomplish, and what does that usually look like in comps?
I don't necessarily say it's an anti-rush. I understand kind of where you're coming from with that. Like the idea of an anti-rush is like, hey, if you actually bring a rush comp into this, you're going to lose because we have the ability to basically slow you down and kill you before you can kill us. And like, so things that would be, I would say like an Abaddon comp would probably be an anti-rush. The Tempest setup, it sort of does the same thing. It's just a better version of a rush, because when you get into like a rush versus rush setup, it turns into a race of who can kill each other's ships first. And a lot of that, like, it can literally come down to, I got more wrecking shots than you did. Like, that's one of the very few times this can come down to RNG. The thing with a Tempest is, if you choose to rush down a Tempest, it's going to live probably twice as long as most of the other ships, and Tempests do a ton of damage. So I get where it could be an anti-rush, but the other thing is Tempests are really, really fast, and they apply really well. So I think that a Tempest is just a better rush in general, and we actually saw that, I want to say 2 years ago. I'm starting to get a AT history fuzzy here.
Sure, it happens to everybody as they age.
People were, damn, I'm getting old. People were rushing Minmatar with Tempest and doing a really, really good job of it. I believe it was 2 ATs ago when Minmatar ships were discounted. But like, I think it's actually a better setup just because it gives you the versatility versus, say, some of these setups we've seen where people are bringing like, oh, I'm, the classic like double Suckner, double Loki, or whatever it is that they're bringing. Having a Tempest on there is just like, oh, this is a very difficult ship to break, and they do a ton of DPS. So I really liked it. Like when we saw it, I think I actually was analyzing it last week, and I saw it and I was like, that's good. I like that.
Basil, let's real quick. I'm curious what your thoughts are about this Typhoon ban from Paid Actors. So Typhoon getting banned out because Paid Actors have seen Rusty Hyenas bring that ANI plus the 2 Typhoons in previous matchups. Do you feel like the Typhoon is the obvious ban for that, trying to counter that comp? Because in my mind, the Typhoon, it's never felt like the Typhoon is the linchpin of that comp. The Geddon Navy is always much spookier on those grids, and the Typhoons always kind of seem ancillary. Is that not something where they can just swap the Typhoon out for something else that still fits within the number of points, and will still be able to use that comp as effectively as they were before?
I think the Typhoon ban is actually a really smart choice. I think given the points costs of different ships, if you were to ban the Armageddon Navy, you could maybe replace it with a Typhoon fleet for the same cost, which is maybe a bit worse. It doesn't have the range newts, but it does basically the same thing. Whereas the Typhoon, you're looking at Tech 1 battleship replacements. For a rapid heavy boat, you're pretty much limited to like the Raven, and that's about it. And then you're fielding armor Ravens, which is maybe not the play you want to be think. So I think
both in terms of awesome.
in terms of banning out the comp, I think it's a really good choice, and I'm not sure it means they're afraid of the comp, but they maybe just want to push Rusty Hyenas into something they're a little bit less comfortable on, because having played it 4 or 5 times so far, they may be saying, show us what else you got.
Rusty Hyenas then also doing the same sort of thing against Paid Actors going after that Gator, which we've seen them use a couple times in those drone heavy comps, these Florida Man comps that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. BBP, these drone heavy shield comps that we've seen the last couple of weeks are have been so effective where armor drone comps have not. What is the shield drone benefit over the EOS comp with Ishtars that we've seen not do well in a couple matches?
I mean, it's just you do more damage and you're faster, and you can fit more. You can fit high slot damage to it. The armor setups, the reason why they used to work is because you could pack the mids with all sorts of, bullshit tracking disruptors and damps and things like that. But you can't do that in this setup. So armor's probably generally going to be worse off than shield when you're flying drones.
I think you are right on the money, my friend. All right, we have about 30 seconds left before the match starts. Basilisk, Black Bar Pirate, Baza. We have paid actors, Rusty Hyenas. Who do you got for this one?
I'm going to go with paid actors because I think they are more likely to bring healers, which is a notable opening in those bans there. The Gator is banned, but the healer is open. And
Sure.
I think they're probably going to be more comfortable on that compared to Rusty Hyenas forced off their comfort pick.
And BBP, what about you?
I'm pretty much exact same thing, exact same reasons. I don't think Rusty Hyenas has the dimensions to actually handle this kind of a situation. I think they're going to be like, oh crap, let's force something in that isn't going to work, and then they're going to try it and it's not going to work.
Well, I'm going to echo both of you. I pick paid actors as well. We have paid actors, Rusty Hyenas, back in the arena with Neutronomonics and Viridian Stone Shard. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
That's transition.
All right, I'm Neutronomonics, joined with Viridian Stone Shard here in the arena, and boy, have we got a heck of a match for match number 2. It's paid actors, Rusty Hyenas, and we've got the paid actors showing up in triple Gila comp with Cyclone Fleet Issue, a Cyclone, and a pair of Scalpels.
Meanwhile, our friends in Rusty Hyenas have bought not 3 rapid heavy battleships, but instead 2 rapid heavy battleships supported by a Hyena, Maulus for Demps, and 2 T1 Frigate Logi.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting. I mean, you got Frigate Logi on both sides, and you've got a lot of damage on both sides. Little bit more control from Rusty Hyenas as they live up to their name. They do have a Hyena on the field, along with a Maulus for Damps. Not a lot of EWAR side on the paid actor side. I think they're just going to go for a straight face-melting DPS comp here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they trade for that, because damps are nice, but good luck damping out drones. There's not much you could do there. We do have a slight delay, though. Looks like there's a DC happening in local, so the match will be slightly later. But yeah, like was just mentioned, with Gila bans being open, we immediately see Gilas appearing on grid. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, not a big surprise, and also it's not a surprise seeing the Cyclone Fleet Issue. The Cyclone Fleet Issue has actually been huge all tournament. I mean, that thing is a fairly new addition to the game. We've got readies up in local. It looks like we got 30 seconds left now. So, but yeah, no, Windjackal and the Cyclone Fleet Issue, that thing's going to be doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, and supported by 3 sets of Gila bots. That's very scary. It's interesting to see, though. Triple Gila comp with no EWAR support. We'll just a couple of seconds left, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you do have with the Maulus for the Rusty Hyenas side is that they are going to be able to hopefully get some of those damps on those Gilas early on, just so that way they're not able to lock out that far and get the drone damage. Because if they can't apply the drone damage, it's going to be very interesting to see
Rusty's Hyena rushing in right now, trying to get those webs onto something so they can get a quick headshot on any sort of target on this grid. Question is, how long is that Hyena going to survive?
Yeah, there's no damage going on to him right now, actually. He dove in almost a little too far, and he's coming back. Now it looks like there are some drones going for that Hyena.
Yeah, only 1 set of Valkyries, though. Ooh, but he's taking big chunks of armor damage nonetheless.
Huge chunks of armor damage, although I don't know if those Valkyries are fast. He seems to have webbed those Valkyries off, so they're not going to be applying damage here for a bit, and those Navitoses are going to be able to get that Hyena back up to...
It does make it a matter of time, though, because he's going to have to turn around at some point, and he's now got 3 sets of Valkyries chasing after him, so even if 1 or 2 of those gets on top of him, it's going to be very dangerous. He's making a turn now. Let's see if he survives this drone volley.
Hyenas are going for Anna Clavane of in the Gila there, and he's the Logi of in the Scalpels is barely holding on to him.
Oh, that is so close. 21% structure on the Hyena, and he makes it. He goes for the U-turn. He starts with pushing in. Meanwhile, though, Gila and Cyclone Fleet both at half shield.
Yeah, the Cyclone Fleet issue going down for in Windjackal here. If Windjackal goes down, I think paid actors are going to have a really tough time as that Hyena somehow manages to live to win. He's back up in full armor, and Windjackal now bleeding into armor here.
Fleet is not tackled, though. He is getting reps. He might just live this clip, and if they win or live out long enough to empty out this rapid heavy clip, that is a huge play.
Yeah, Windjackal definitely burning through that Ansil shield repper. And he looks like he might actually outlive this clip, and we see lots of damage going on to Nasat, Razor, and the Bargus.
Yep, the Gilas have said, who cares about this Hyena? Let's just pump through this T1 hull resist, and it's going quite effectively. That Bargus is taking huge chunks of damage.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see if two Navitoses, two Tech 1 Logi frigates can keep the Bargus alive. Looks like it's working for them so far, though.
Oh, Nasat is running away, and you see some of the drones have pulled off onto the Hyena again. They need to make up their mind on what they're putting these Gila drones on.
There goes the Hyena.
Okay, that's big.
That is huge. I mean, Rusty Hyenas loses a ton of control, but now we see Lord Servant is the target of a lot of damage here, and he's going to be running that Ansil as best he can, but it's tough to say.
Yeah, Cyclone not nearly as tankily as a Cyclone Fleet, so he's probably not going to survive this clip, but they've spent so much time just to get one kill here. If these Gilas now just focus on the Bargus, which they are doing, I don't know if it's going to be worth it.
Oh, geez, Lord Servant into low haul. He's that
60%, and there we go.
But I can't quite do it. And there we are at 6 versus 6 now, and we'll now I see. Well, they're going. Paid Actors is going for Rusty Hyenas. This is Navitas of NJZ or JZ.
Yeah, these Gila bots should be able to apply to those frigates quite well. And the question is, those Bargus only have maybe half a third of their clip left. If this Cyclone Fleet lives out the rest of the clip again, then they're on the back burner again.
Yeah, 100%.
Navitas is going down quick, too.
Both the Navitoses, JZE and Carl C, are both taking a huge ton of damage, but so is Windjackal. If Paid Actors loses Windjackal here, this is going to be a huge uphill battle for 3 Gilas to take down 2 Bargus.
3 Gilas is still a lot of damage, though, with no Logi on the field.
Yeah, this is also very true. Yeah, Roselio and Toad doing, as best a job they can in those 2 Scalpels, trying to keep Windjackal alive here.
Yeah, Windjackal survives the clip again.
Yeah, and now we're going to see them go on to Nasat, and we'll see if this Bargus, now that he doesn't have any Logi on the field, it's going to be a huge uphill battle for both these Bargus, and we see Nasat now going down towards half armor, and nothing to be able to rep him up.
Yeah, with just 3 Gilas on grid now, Gilas are a lot harder to apply to than these quite big battle cruisers. So even if they get the clip reload off, killing these Gilas is not going to be a fast process. Meanwhile, Nasat's Bargus is going down quick. He's already in 3% armor.
Yeah, but there goes Windjackal, so that's a ton of damage off the field now for Paid Actors as they've lost both their battle cruiser damage. And we see the Bargus now starting to apply to Anna Clavane in the Gila.
The problem is, even if they manage to get another clip off and kill this Gila, if they go back on reload again, that's so much time for this Gilas to pump into them.
Yeah, I mean, that's 35 whole seconds. Nasat running his Ansil Repper, but it's not going to be enough as he bleeds.
One more cycle, 4% armor.
One more cycle, maybe there he goes.
So one Bargus versus the world.
This is going to be very interesting. We'll see. I mean, he's got a submarine and a Mollis out there, so the Stork can kind of do something, maybe.
Anthony is running away. He's buying some decent time pulling away from these drones. His missiles have a lot more range, but I just don't know if one Bargus can manage against that much Gila DPS.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
still being alive is gonna be a very painful factor here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Gilas are they're going for the easy target here, Firestarter and the Stork, and the Stork is going to just absolutely melt to those Gila drones here.
Yeah, I think they know that they can tank the clip of one Bargus, so they're just eliminating all of the support now to play it safe.
Yeah, it's going to be a big slugfest up ahead here. we'll see if they go for the Barghest or Milton and the Mollusk. Most likely going to be the Barghest, and there it is. The Barghest starting to take some damage, getting into about half shield here. And no damage currently being applied to the paid actors team of 3 Gilas and 2 Scalpels.
Yeah, they had a decent start there, but just a couple of unlucky situations with people just surviving the clips. Maybe the Hyena just not quite getting a position, landing webs to finish a target off, but...
I mean, the Rusty Hyena is really what they needed to do. They needed to find, a squishy enough target and use those rapid heavies as fast as they can, because they've got so much. I mean, they do a ton of damage, but it is very front-loaded. And, once you hit that 35-second reload, you're kind of just, floating around in space.
This is going to be an interesting one for the desk, because having 2 rapid heavy battleships versus 3 here might just be what saved them. Not having quite enough clip damage.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's match
GF's
over.
Thrown in local, and that's it.
Well, looks like paid actors take this one. If I'm reading right, we might be going to an ad reel, if not for the desk, but...
There we are, heading back to that.
At transition.
What is going on? Is this what collusion looks like? I feel like there's some collusion activity happening here. This is a very strange situation.
So it's Hapel Shini Suomi Force.
Well, you took whole control.
Do you see whole control losing ships right now? Dear Vina, I do not. Those points are still good.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Go.
Welcome back, folks. A not so staggering loss by Rusty Hyenas, kind of picked apart there by the team from paid actors. The Triple Gilas putting in work at the end. Turns out Triple Gila better than 2 Armor Bargs. I am CCP Jotun, joined alongside the Basilisk and Black Bart Pirate. Baza, first of all, a very well played match by the team from paid actors. Not unexpected. This team from paid actors only here because they did happen to run into Spooky Action at a Distance in the winners bracket and played them close. So dropping down here is not a mark against them. Obviously, they just happened to end up down here. Not a big deal. That all being said, let's talk for a moment about this match. We have Rusty Hyenas with the double Barghest, Stork, Hyena, Mollusk, and Navitas, and then paid actors with the Fleet Cyclone, the Cyclone Triple Gila, and the 2 Scalpels. Black Bart Pirate, the Rusty Hyenas team with the double Barghest. We were talking before the match about how the Typhoon band removed their ability to put in those 2 extra rapid heavy missile launcher battleships in this comp. They seem to have decided to, we're just going to swap to the 2 rapid heavy missile launcher battleship comps, but not quite working out. What happened there for Rusty Hyenas?
I mean, like, at the end of the day, math jokes here, but like 2 is less than 3. And if you're going to do this like silly, rapid heavy battleship setup, which is like legit at this point, it's like a 10 to 12-year-old setup that people know how to beat. You do have to bring 3 battleships. Like, it's a ton of DPS here. I really think that, so something I noticed just by looking at the ship names, the Barghest were named Nice Band Typhoon. So I think that we, Baz and I, were completely correct, that we were like, oh, I bet you they plan on bringing the Typhoon. They were going to bring the same comp, run it back again. they got targeted and they're like, oh crap, what do we do? Well, we'll just we'll throw 2 Bargus in, because 2 Bargus are like 3 Typhoons, right? And turns out no, they're not, and they just didn't have enough DPS. I mean, 2 Bargus is like maybe 2,000 DPS of rapid heavy missile launchers, where 3 Typhoons is like 24 to 2,600 depending on heat. And you kind of saw it, like when the guys, they lived barely with that first clip. It was over. Like as soon as you don't get the first, if you don't get a kill in your first clip on your rapid heavy launcher ships, that's it. The match is done.
Yep. Bazza, let's for a moment talk about the kind of the imbalance in control setups for this last match. Rusty Hyenas, just from looking at the the overview prior to the UI prior to the match, a huge control bar for Rusty Hyenas. Obviously, a lot of control from those armor battleships, a lot of control from the Stork, obviously from the Hyena as well. Those are all typically shield ships that were then armor tanked for this matchup. The paid actors, perhaps the smallest control bar I've ever seen in a tournament, and roughly equal attack bars. So from the layman, it's very easy to look at this and be like, oh, okay, well, Rusty Hyena should just be able to control the shit out of this team, but they didn't. Why didn't they?
The problem that Rusty Hyenas ran into is that they left the healer open, and I think that's a problem that quite a lot of teams have encountered so far this tournament, because the healer just absolutely shreds small stuff. And I think Rusty Hyenas, actually, in fairness to them, they did a pretty decent job of playing that out. They maybe struggled a little bit with their clip damage, so they clipped out, they shot the Cyclone fleet, said, oh crap, we don't have enough damage to kill him. Now let's go on to the Cyclone. Okay, they killed him, and then they went back on the Cyclone. Oh shit, we don't have enough damage to kill him again. So you said, as you said, roughly equal attack bars, but of course the Rusty Hyenas 2 Barghests, they just sort of run out of dick after a little while and have to wait 40 seconds to reload. I also question perhaps bringing the Maulus when the healer is open, because that ship, if you know that you're going to be bringing Logi frigates, you're bringing a Maulus, a Hyena, a Stork, these things all absolutely get mulched by healer drones. They just get evaporated. You can't stop it. There's very little you can really do against it. So I think if you're opting into this kind of matchup, it might have been better for Rusty Hyena to say, okay, screw the Maulus, screw the E-Wall, let's DPS race you, let's bring, a bomber, let's bring, something that can give some supplementary DPS and help you break through that core target, because 2 Barghests on their own just weren't quite able to do it.
You are absolutely right. And as CCP Zealous so adequately points in Twitch chat, it's not the size of the control bar that matters, it's how you use it. Wise words for everyone. Let's move ahead to our next match. We have No Vacancies versus Exodunks. Exodunks, we were lucky enough last week to get a brief interview with the Exodunks team captain, Wasa QC. Thank you again, Wasa. Excited to see how this one turns out. No Vacancies banning the Carries, the Maulus, and the Gila versus Exodunks banning the Orthrus Scimitar and Cyclone Fleet issue. Bazza, looking at this team from Exodunks, they, again, another team that has played well and has only down here because they ran into a great team in the winners bracket. What has Exodunks been doing, and what do you expect them to do in this next match?
So Exodunks have been doing quite a lot of varied stuff, I think, from my memory. Let me just check. Yeah, they've been doing a bunch of different stuff. They've done drones, they've done Leshak, they've done Rush, they've done Gators, which was against us, unfortunately, so that's the one I found out personally. But yeah, they've done quite a different bunch of stuff, so they're quite hard to predict. But on the other side, No Vacancies, they've banned the same thing that they've banned every match so far, Carries, Maulus, Healer. And I think No Vacancies is actually the least predictable team in the entire bracket so far, as they've played 5 matches so far, and I think they've done something different every single match. So, when you come up against a team that bans the same 3 ships and then just fields something completely different every time, it makes them very difficult to try and metagame and predict what they're going to do.
BBP, from the point of view of the of No Vacancies, is it wise in your mind to be the kind of team that just fields different comps every week, or does it feel like it is a more winning strategy if teams find 1 or 2 things that works for them and then just do variations off of those sets?
Yeah, I always like the second one better, especially if you do like like imagine your team that brings a triple, battleship setup and somebody target bans you, but then you actually have another triple battleship setup that has the exact same equivalent like range, DPS, etc. And you basically trick them into thinking that they countered you, and then you're like, surprise, I have the same thing. I've always loved when people do that, where like you have a setup that you bring a bunch, and then somebody's like, okay, we're going to target ban it because we know you're really good with this and we don't know how to beat that. And then you're like, surprise, we actually have another version of it, or perhaps even a better version of it. But that requires a lot of really good theory crafting. And I think that doing the no vacancy strategy, like maybe if your theory crafting and your sweaty nerds on Pytha skills aren't quite as good, that's maybe the second best way to do it, because like Baz said, like, what are you going to ban now? They're like, well, they have 5 setups. You can probably ban 2 of them and then try and counter 1 or 2 of the other ones and hope they don't bring a third, and you're basically just dice rolling at that point. So like if you don't have good theory crafting, and I'm not saying no vacancy doesn't have good theory crafting, you don't have like insane theory crafting,
sure,
the no vacancy strategy is pretty dang good as well.
Well, and we've actually already seen that once already today, right? We saw it during the Tempest Kalsif match, where Tempest Kalsif bans out the Armageddon versus only needs 3 comps, and only needs 3 comps says, okay, that's fine. We don't need an Armageddon in that comp because we have the Armageddon Navy as well. And then fits the Armageddon Navy in and wins the match. So I do like that. I think you're absolutely right on the money. It does feel a little BM, which I think is fun. People should talk shit to each other more before matches and with comps. That's a fun thing to do. All right, we have no vacancies, Exodunks, Basilisk. Who do you have for this one? Let's do some predictions.
Oh, I'm going to go with Exodunks. I think No Vacancies is a team that's chronically pretty underrated. I think they're pretty good, but I feel like having flown 5 comps so far, they're maybe spreading themselves a little bit thin. It can work in their favor and being unpredictable. It can also work against them in terms of not being as practiced on a handful of specific setups. So I'm going to go with Exodunks. I think their fundamentals are really good.
And Black Bart Pirate, what are you looking at between Exodunks and No Vacancies?
I'm going to go with the opposite, honestly. I think that No Vacancies, I don't think either of these teams are really quite at the area where they can just like bring some meta comp and just completely destroy it. So I think that the random risk, like I think it's going to be a coin flip, but I think No Vacancies wins this coin flip.
Well, I'm picking Exodunks, obviously. And we're going to go now down to the arena. We have CCP Overload and Thoronth. Exodunks versus No Vacancies. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Arena transition. Arena go.
Hello everyone, this is Thoronth and I'm here with the one and the only CCP Overload to bring you quite a fast match it might be, actually. No Vacancy versus Exodunks.
Yeah, so Exodunks bringing a bit of a drone comp here with the Eos and the Ishtar. Ishtar's always an interesting one to see in tournament comps. Strong ship, good with drones, but it's always a lot of points. And they're going up against this sort of variation of, I guess, a fly killer, Thoronth?
Oh no, I don't think so. Those caracals are packing hams on top of their hulls, and those Stepnews have warped in quite closely. It's 10 kilometers. So I don't think CCP Overload, they are going to be kiting anywhere.
I mean, they have an Osprey. Tech 1 Logi against, depending what these drone ships drop, this Osprey could be pretty short-lived.
That might very well be true, but at the same time, if he just drags the drones away and is able to live for long enough, he might buy them some time. If they don't go for the Osprey, he's still providing enough reps to help them just rush those drone carriers back in the Exodunk line, and the Oneirus, I think, is going to be the target.
Yeah, I think you're right here. So we'll see what happens as the match is underway. And of course, the red boys immediately approach the blue boys. And that retribution of God Money is going to be doing his best to try and screen as much as possible. But yeah, he's already taking some damage. So if the drone comp can just split up and drop their drones and get away, they can probably do a lot of work to this rush team from No Vacancies. But this is almost the worst possible thing to face as a drone comp, I think, Thoronth.
Well, I think some kind of a fly killer or a kite would be a little bit more scarier, personally. But at the same time, I like the addition of Sleipnir, because if those ships, usually the weakness of a rush is that you can scram stuff, and if you are a small target and you are ABing, for example, then it's really hard to get all of the DPS on the target. But those Sleipnirs, if they just stop and match the transversal to the retribution, they are probably going to be able to kill him. But at the same time, we see that it's not the case, because Alex Katsuo in a Caracal Navy is going to bite the dust soon.
Yeah,
the Retribution is still like tanking pretty
Exodunks
fine.
here have done a really good job screening off most of There's No Vacancies team. They stopped the bulk of the ships getting in amongst them. Their Oneros at one point was chilling at 26 meters per second. He was in no danger, and they've taken out a Navy Caracal. So far, they've not been pressured. Like, they have done a really good job. Wassa QC in that Hyena, probably one of the most skilled frigate pilots in the game at the minute. Probably just doing a fantastic job slowing everything down. Nothing really on the Exodunk side apart from that Retribution is tackled.
You can see that those two Caracals, they've been chasing the Oneros for a while, and there is Hyena just chilling behind them and slowing them down, swapping webs from one to the other. So Aaron is pretty safe right now, and even as he's turning, he can do it comfortably. The Sabotage has managed to tackle down. There was like a big brawl happening in the middle. The Retribution is dead, actually. Unsure why. Maybe the
he was really far away from his Oneros. He was basically, I think, sacrificing himself to keep the screen up. The Oneros was having to pull a little bit further away because some of the ships had got through. The Oneros now is webbed. He couldn't really afford to come back in to try and rip that that Retribution. He needs to tank now. He's not scrammed, and he is moving quite fast, so he's clearly got an afterburner. But he is webbed, so if he can get away from these Sleipnirs, or they can screen off the Sleipnirs a little bit further, one Sleipnir now webbed, then he might be able to... To be honest, he's not really taking that much damage considering there's two Sleipnirs on top of him.
Just wait for it, because you have to remember that there's an arbitrator on the field. So if, depending on what kind of a script he's using, it might be a tracking issue, it might be a range issue. The Caracals are not going to be dealing much damage to the Oneros themselves, so it's all up to the Sleipnirs. It's really curious to see if the Skybreaker has a scram or a web also, because he's been chilling out back a little bit. But those are tanky ships, and they are very good for catching targets and screaming them down and webbing them down, on top of slowly killing the swarms of drones. So the Oneros is gonna go down as the Sleipnirs. They actually managed to do their work. I wonder what's the next target for them. Everything is kind of close. I think they might go for the EOS or for the Ishtar. I would personally go for the Ishtar though.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mistake for Exodunks not to have spread out at this point when they saw that Oneros was tackled and going down. The power of a drone comp is you can just spread out in different directions and press F and let them come to you. They have now taken out the Osprey. The points are quite close, 38 to 41. There's two Sleipnirs still alive, no Logi on either side. There is... I mean, honestly, like, if they lose this EOS, they're in a bit of a pickle, but they can still win.
This Ishtar is going to be dead way faster than an EOS, and I think this is Jover, honestly.
I think it might be Jover as well. The EOS is burning away as he should have done. The Ishtar probably hung around way too long. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but it felt like they, as soon as that Oneros was tackled, they should have spread out, because the damage is going onto the Oneros, so he's not going to be repping anybody else. So they should have just flown away into oblivion and let their the other side have to chase them down, because these Sleipnirs and these Navy Caracals have very short range. They have to burn across the arena. 54, 78, the EOS is now scrammed. The Celestis and the Arbitrator basically do no DPS. So if this EOS dies, it is, as you say, Jover. I don't know if they've got... I mean, I see nothing in the attack bar coming from Exodunks right now.
I think that your analysis of it was pretty spot on. The Exodunks, they tried to desperately peel off stuff that was chasing their Oneros. But because they opted to use 2 slots out of the 7, slots are very precious in this kind of a 7v7 format. For Celestis and Arbitrator, right, they don't do any screening, they don't do any stuff, and they have to screen 6 ships if that Skybreaker actually had any sort of tackle. So it's a tall order, even if you have a Hyena, to constantly manage to get all of those guys done. The moment the Retribution died, we saw the Sleipnirs break free also and catch up, and they just couldn't do anything. It's too much. If they cannot kill in time, they can't do stuff. And those drone comps like BBP is probably going to point out, they have very little damage. So burning for a Caracal Navy under even the Osprey rest, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is always one of the big weaknesses of drone comps, is just the lack of damage and the slow application of that damage. I know a lot of like more experienced older teams, especially, like, I'm not talking experienced as in success, I'm talking experienced as in old teams, like boomer teams at this point. Like the drone comps, they were very popular around like 13, 14, 15. But I feel like in recent years, they still have a place, but they've definitely moved more into a niche than as a mainline comp. What do you think?
I think they have their place in the wheel of options between rush and control, and like max threat setups. There is a space for the drone comps, but you have to be careful, and they have to be built very carefully with a clear purpose. You cannot do a generalist drone comp anymore. I think the match is over, though.
The match has been over for probably at least 2 minutes at this point. We're just waiting for the Celestis and the Arbitrator to either die or burn out of the arena, or the 27 seconds. Either or, really.
I see what you did there. Yeah, well, I really wish that we could have seen some of those fittings on those ships, because that Skybreaker, I think he could have just rushed the Oneirus much faster, just sneak behind and get scram on him, get a web. But
he's just burning around in the backfield just now, doing his own thing.
It's not uncommon for that to be just a remote CBOB bot, right? That he's basically just a buddy there.
Absolutely. All right, that's it. So Novak taking a pretty solid win there over Exodunks, and we'll throw it back to CCP Jotun and the boys.
We're gonna warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they get like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no! Guys, what the?
Hey, you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Goons, like you say, they're such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Go.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. Once again, it is me, CCP Jotun, alongside my very good friends Black Bart Pirate and the Basilisk. And we have Exodunks versus No Vacancies. Exodunks getting exodunked. Oh, very good. High five me. Love that. By No Vacancies with the Shield Rush comp, the dual Sleipnir, the Osprey, the triple Navy Caracol versus Exodunks' kind of strange armor drone comp. Basilisk. Let's look at this. Eos, Oneirus, Ishtar, Celestis, Arbitrator, Hyena, Retribution. What's the methodology behind this comp? Because it doesn't seem like it has, I mean, aside from drone ship as a kind of central theme, I'm not quite sure what it's trying to accomplish.
It's a pretty slow sort of attritional drone comp. So you've got 4 drone DPS ships. You've got the Eos, the Ishtar, the Arbitrator, the Celestis. They all do reasonable damage. The Eos and the Ishtar may be pushing sort of 500, 600. The Arbitrator and Celestis maybe 200-ish. So it's, you know, it's obviously not a huge damage setup, but it does have a lot of control with the damps, the TDs, the GDs. You've got the tackle from the Retribution and the Hyena. So in theory, against a rush, I felt it should have done pretty good. My main issue with this match from Exodus' point of view was their target calling. So they landed on grid and they used the damps from the Celestis to damp out the Osprey, and they put all their damage on the first Caracol Navy. That's great. You're clearing DPS. That's brilliant. And then the Osprey of Bed de Baus, oh shit, I'm damped. You know, I've got lock range 5 kilometers. I'm just going to ram in and start repping and pumping out the reps of this Osprey. And as we've talked about before, drone comps, they've got pretty crappy DPS. You need to kill Logi. The Osprey is right there. He's right there next to you. He's pumping reps onto that second Caracol Navy. And when they did finally put drones on him, he absolutely melted. But they took about a minute before they actually did that, you know? And the drones don't have to go anywhere. He's right next to the Caracol Navy. He's damped out. Kill him sooner. Kill the Osprey sooner, and maybe you can win the DPS race, because you're going to have to kill the Osprey at some point. If you've got 2 Sleipnirs alive and the Osprey, you're not killing the Sleipnirs. You have to kill the Osprey at some point. You might as well do it when it's right there next to you.
BBP, during the match, I can't remember who it was exactly who mentioned it, but it was brought up that Exodunks kind of got clipboarded a little bit on this one. Maybe not necessarily that Novak's, you know, kind of planned out, was expecting to see a drone comp, but this sort of shield rush is kind of acts as a one of many hard counters to that kind of setup. Why are these rush comps, especially one as aggressive as this is kind of, I won't call it an autocannon rush, obviously, because of the Navy Caracals, but just a shield rush in general. Why are they so effective against drone comps like this one?
I don't necessarily think they're effective against drone comps per se. Like they're effective against that drone comp because that drone comp had shit DPS and their armor. So you know, you actually asked me last time, you're like, oh, like why are we not seeing armor drone comps? We're seeing shield. I bet you that a shield drone comp's like one of the ones that Spooky Action at a Distance has been running, like that nano alligator Gila one that they've been doing. That probably won in there because then you're fast enough to get away from them. The armor one, everything's really slow. Like EOSs are stupidly slow. Ishtar's not actually that fast. Like it's definitely slower than a Caracal Navy issue that's shield fit. So I wouldn't necessarily say that like shield rush counters drones. I would say that shield rush almost always beats armor drones. And that kind of like goes into this thing that I don't understand. And I've not been understanding this for years and years and years, why people are bringing these sort of subpar crappy armor drones and then they get shield rushed down, because we've seen this happen. I've probably seen it happen like 50 or 60 times at this point. When you're practicing your setups, one of the things you have to do is be like, okay, can this setup go into a shield rush? Because ever since the surgical strike buff back in like, I don't know, like 2019 or 18 or 10, I'm starting to become a new boomer myself. Ever since that happened, shield rushes have been so insanely viable that every comp you ever fly has to be able to beat a shield rush, because at some point somebody is going to say, fuck it, I'm going to shield rush you. You can't really ban a shield rush out. And this setup that they had clearly did not like have any chance against a shield rush. Like Novak flew really poorly in the beginning. Like they legitimately were like, all right, guys, here's the plan. We're going to double click in space on the Oneros, and then we're going to press F1. Exodunks did an insanely good job screening. Like Exodunks flew that almost perfectly. Novak's, their initial piloting was utter dog, and they still won just because of countercomp.
That is a rough situation to find yourself in. Obviously, I think you're right on the money. There are so many things that you can do right and still come up short, just because of the rock paper scissors nature of a lot of different facets of this game. There's a lower bar, I think that Novak had to cross. The Exodunks did to pull out a win in that one, and they managed to clear it. So before we move on, I just want to say, Basilisk, I think the feng shui of your room is lovely. And I'm not.
It's minimalist. It's very minimalist.
I'm not interested in hearing this Basilisk room decoration slander that I'm seeing in Twitch chat right now. Unbelievable. Can you imagine?
Trust me, all the good stuff is out of view. It's just out of view of the camera. There's so much stuff on my back wall, on the side walls. It's everywhere. But it's just that one wall. There's nothing on it.
Has this man not suffered enough, Twitch chat? Please be considerate. Let's move on to one of my favorite, or the match that perhaps I'm the most excited about going into or from this losers bracket. Odin's Call versus Lazy Piglets. Very exciting match. I love both these teams. This is going to be a hard one for your boy to pick. Let's talk Odin's Call versus Lazy Piglets. Odin's Call banning the Paladin, Curse, Orthrus, and Pilgrim for their fourth ban. Lazy Piglets banning the Gila, Orthrus, Jackdaw, and Kizril. Both of these teams notorious, love to kite. However, the Orthrus getting banned, the Gila getting banned, the Curse getting banned, so the Jackdaw getting banned. Basilisk, do you think this is the match we might see something a little bit different from these two teams?
I'm not sure. I mean, Odins have shown basically kite so far in this tournament. It's basically all they've done. I think they've played 8 matches, including the Redemption arc, and I think they played kite in 7 of them. Lazy Piglets saying, okay, we're going to ban out the Healer, the Orthrus, the Jackdaw, the Kizril, try and get rid of that kite. But there are still kite options. You've got the Cyclone Fleet, you've got the regular Cyclone, you've got Alligators, you've got, Caracal Navy issues if you want to put heavy missiles on them, for example, or Osprey Navy issues. There are still kite options, so it is possible that Odins can sort of circumvent that. They've done Nighthawk and Rapier and some stuff like that, so we'll have to see. I mean, this is going to be a very exciting match. Obviously, these two teams, finalists in the last 2 Alliance tournaments, I think. Lazy Piglets finalists in the last one, and Odin's Call finalists the year before. So 2 very, very strong teams to be down in the losers bracket at this point in time.
Now, BBP, as much as Odin's likes to kite, Piglets really seems to have they do so well with that kind of widow control single battleship comp. Do you think if we were to run into a situation where Odin's brings just a straight up kite comp like they like to bring, and Piglets counters with that Widow comp that they're so comfortable with. Do you feel like that Widow comp is able to compete against a full-on Kite, or do you need something with a little bit more mobility?
Yeah, I feel like I must have missed it. Did a Widow comp actually win at some point? Like I've been kind of working a lot the weekends.
I think in the first weekend the Widow comp won. I think that maybe
that's illegal. No, Widow comps aren't allowed to win. No, like in all honesty, like okay, so you look at Lazy Piglet bans, you see that they banned out pretty much every single light missile setup that you can do. Like if you don't have Jackdaws, you cannot fly a light missile. Like one of those, shrapnel snipe your low end stuff. Jackdaws are just broken. Probably they're going to do what they've always done. They're going to bring a heavy missile setup with like either a hyena or something like that. I don't think Widows beat that at all. Like I don't think jams beat heavy missiles. So it'd be cool if they bring it. I love seeing Widow comps. They're pretty bad, but it's always really cool to watch them fly.
Well, we are going to certainly see something strange today, I'm sure. Both of these teams, again, storied tournament teams, obviously Giga Brain strats going back and forth. It'll be really interesting to see how they match up against each other. We have about 50 seconds left before the match starts. Basilisk, Odin's Call versus Lazy Piglets. Odin's versus Tuskers. Who are you taking in this match?
Oh, it's a tricky one. The Paladin ban is a bit of a giveaway to me. It says we still want to fly Kite because
they don't want the projection.
They don't want the projection from the Paladin, exactly. So I'm going to go with Odin's. I think they've found a way around the bans to still bring Kite.
Black Bart Pirate, same question. Odin's versus Lazy Piglets. Who you got?
Oh, I don't know. I want to say that if it turns into like jank stuff versus jank stuff, Lazy Piglets will take it, just because they've been doing that for so long. So I'm gonna go with the little piggies.
I think I'm also gonna go with the little piggies. I love Mira. I love the way they do this. They put these comps together. But who knows? Both these teams are good, and that's why this match, like I said, one of the ones I'm most excited to see today. So we have Lazy Piglets, we have Odin's Call. This is our last match before we have a very short break. After that, we'll be back with more losers bracket matches. Until then, going down to the arena one more time. CCP Overload, Thoront will be back here in just a few minutes.
Arena transition.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I am CCP Overload, joined once again by Thoront for this exciting matchup between Lazy Piglets and Odin's Call. And boy, oh boy, I think this one could be interesting. We have not one, not two, but 3 bar guests on the field, Thoront. 3 bar guests. Armor bar guests as well.
Hey, boss, can I have a guidance disruptor? Because those 2 bar guests, they're not going to do anything.
And what makes you say that? Could it be perhaps the 2 crucifiers chilling over on the Lazy Piglet side?
The 2 crucifiers, the Molus, supreme range control with the Hugin. This Hugin is going to have 4 webs, I can assure you of that.
Yes, so this is going to be, I mean, look at the size of the control bar here for Lazy Piglets. That is pretty girthy. They're going to be cooking up some nice breakfast on those frying pans that they have. Those 2 crucifiers, I mean, I'm pretty certain they expected Missile Kite here, so they are going to be jammed with guidance disruptors. I think they've probably stacked them. Guidance disruptors, maybe 1 tracking disruptor just to be safe, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be stacked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this one, this is going to be a classic, well, I'm going to not say Tuskers, but I will say Tuskers, a classic Tuskers setup where they will get kited rate controls, range controlled on the Odin side. Those Inquisitors are going to go down first, the Hyena is going to get sniped, and after that, they are not able to kill anything because the Hugin, even though it's only a single Bargus on the side of Lazy Piglets, is still going to be able, with proper support, delete everything on the low end and then slowly but surely win on points, or even maybe over the time chew through the Bargus, right?
Yeah, what do you think about the decision here to go for single Barghest with a Tech 2 logistics cruiser in the Aneros versus twin Barghest and twin Inquisitors, Tech 1 logistic frigates?
Well, Oneirus is just something that you have to have a plan on how to deal with. On the Odin's Call it looks like the plan was to just get a Hyena down on it and just delete it with Bargus. However, they won't be able to do that because guess what? There are Hugins, and there is a Hugin, and there are 2 Crucifiers, and there is a Molus. So they might be held at the arm's length, and they won't be able to deal with it. And even if somehow there might be a flight of a jump drones going onto that Hugin at a certain point. One of them breaks off. It's still not enough to delete an Oneirus. One Barghest is not going to kill them in time that is fast enough.
Yeah, and also those 2 Barghests are probably going to be down to effectively maybe half to 2/3 of a Barghest with the application of those crucifiers. I think this is definitely Lazy Piglet's one to lose. It looks like we have a bit of a DC issue on one of the teams right now, so we're just waiting for that to be sorted. That's why we're just sitting here. Meanwhile, these 2 teams, they've warped in. Both teams warped in completely at 50 kilometers, which makes sense if they're kiting. I like to refer to this as the cowards warp in. They're as far away from the enemy as possible, but if you're going to kite away, it certainly does make sense. Although I always prefer to stick in a little tackle ship at like 30 just to be certain.
Usually, this is a very reasonable thing to do. Like have something to just tackle stuff trying to rush you, or I don't know. But in here, you have a Hugin for that, so they don't need to. They are chilling. They are going to be chilling. I must say that I'm really disappointed in Mira's skin game. Like he's got there is nothing on that Barghest. It's really disappointing.
Oh, that is incredibly disappointing. Mira Chief, I am calling you out right now. Lack of skin on Thunderdome, where all skins are free, and you still choose not.
There is no excuse. There is just no excuse.
Let's check the skin game on the Odin side here. Okay, yeah, we have skins. We have matching Barghest skins. Okay, that's definitely going to add 10%.
That's nice.
There, yeah.
Yeah, those guys know what it's all about.
Yeah, little known fact. I mean, Mira and VLD, 2 of the 3 crafters on the Lazy Piglet side, they like to get together, spend a little bit of time huffing the Pyfa pipe and come up with some crazy stuff. But this is a fairly standard, we've seen before, comp. Nothing totally out of the wild here. What are you expecting to see these 2 teams do as soon as the match starts?
Well, I think Toastbrot and Eiffel, their best chance is maybe try to burn back for the MJD beacon. That's one option they have, because they're already in the web range of this Hugin, flown by Flak Inquisitor. So rushing in is not going to accomplish much. So they might as well just waddle those 50 kilometers back and try to do a no-scope play using the mobile balanced module. I would be, what came to my mind? Actually, it would be very funny if they had a local ones, because those are armor Barghests. They have mids for days. They can have all the utility those guys want, right? So it would be funny if they actually have like a local MJD, because that's another avenue that they can get on the Oneirus.
Brace yourself. Imagine this, all right? Okay, hear me out. Torpedo Barghests with MJDs.
No, you've lost me at the torpedo.
But think about it, because MJDs straight in, apply torpedoes, job done, right?
This is like the classic hello, this is my first tournament trap. Because you just look at the torpedo numbers.
On Pyfa, the number is very big.
I know, it's very big.
Huge.
I know,
and big numbers are better Therons, right?
They are, until you run a DPS graph in Pyfa and you realize that your torpedoes are not going to apply to, a battle cruiser
we don't
without
do that.
the TP.
Just look at the raw number. Number big, number good. Let's not get into
chat. Please don't listen to him. Chat. Please don't listen to him. The man is talking heresies.
No. This is. I mean, we saw a Maelstrom win in this tournament.
Yeah, things like that happen from time to time.
So why not a torpedo Barghest? Why not 2 torpedo Barghests with MJDs? Let's go.
Guns good, Torps bad. Okay, that's one thing, that with the guns you can at least match the transversal of your target. You can, you can have a crit with, and that can turn around the match. With Torps, you're not going to get any crits, my friend.
What have they got fed? Are they rapid heavies or are they crews? I can't.
I think they're both rapid. Both teams are rapid heavy.
They look like rapid heavies.
Yeah, they have those small little pancakes on the side of a pancake.
Yeah, I always forget how small they are until I look in. So the Hugin, as you say, probably going to be full web fit. It's going to be really good at screening. It's going to be able to slow down things like the Stork, Hyena, and the 2 Barghests from getting anywhere near them. And to be honest, this Odin side have 0 tackle, really, other than that Hyena. So
both
sides have no tackle, to be honest.
I don't know why there must be a reason, right? Maybe I am so off my mark, like I'm washed up, and I don't understand the appeal of armor bargains with Techman Logi frigates. But I think that if those were shield ones, right, and they had a little bit more tank, because they are going to have more tank in their shield, you could probably just like have a grappler and 2 newts, and this works as your tackle, because when you put forced newts on a target, it's going to eventually run out of cap, and the grapplers, even in the fall of they're going to slow down a little bit. So it could be something, right? But here we've seen the previous match where there were armor bargains, and feel how quickly they've melted to just 3 healers and 1 cyclone, right? So there is some illegal cargo container here being jettisoned. What's this contraband? FC, please.
That's next to the Hugans. Probably going to be a bunch of. Oh, it's next to the Bargas and the Hugans. Yeah, it's the Hugans. It's probably going to be cap boosters. So it's quite common, actually, when you fit up a ship for a tournament, you just slam the absolute maximum into things, but you might bring different size cap boosters. If you're before the match, if you have to actually reload, you might not actually have enough room to take charges out of something and reload. So you might have to jettison some of your cargo into a container, load stuff, and then pick them back up again. So it's possible that's what's going on here. We're still waiting, I think, for someone to fix their internet connection.
Is it allowed actually to jettison stuff before the match has started?
I believe it is. I've seen it before. I don't think it really does much. I know CCP Zealous can confirm that, but I believe it's not specifically against the rules at this point.
CCP overload. And what if I call them funny names, those guns?
If you
just to trigger the other. Names? Yeah, just to trigger the other enemy. Is that unsmartmanship or is it sportsmanship?
I mean, these things don't have to be mutually exclusive. You can call them names in local if you want. I guess just don't go too far. Okay, here we go. They've logged in. I've just almost finished, by the way. As we've been talking, Terrence, I've actually been doing something quite important. I've been checking all of the skins of all of the ships.
Bless you.
And I can confirm that the entirety of Lazy Piglet's team, no one is wearing a skin, which is very disappointing. Meanwhile, we have full skin coverage on Odin's Call side. Oh, and the countdown is underway. Let's go! Okay, so Lazy Piglets versus Odin's Call, starting in 15 seconds or so. This could be an interesting one, Theronth, as we spent many a time discussing.
Absolutely. I can't wait until we see I'm really curious what will Odin's do, because they had a lot of time to decide on the game plan, unusually.
Yes.
But yeah.
I'm just wondering how guidance disrupted will these bar guests be, and I think the answer will be yes. They will be very guidance disrupted. There we go, 2 guidance disruptions, and that's not probably 2, that's probably like 4 onto each bar guest. The Hyena is webbed, painted, and he's getting dunked right now. There you go, Hyena dead. Okay,
there
so
you go, yeah.
Lazy Piglets, thank you very much. They are now in very much control. There's almost nothing I think Odin's can do at this point.
You can see TP now going straight to this armor stock. This is a bonus TP. Actually, this is a TP from Mira, so no, take that back. But it doesn't matter because of hip-hops.
This is not gonna be long, I think. The Mollis is next. That means almost all the E-War will be gone at this point. The Bargas, of course, with their bonus scrams. But look at the damage application from Lazy Piglets versus Odin's Call. Odin's are just not touching anything right now. Those 2 Barguests have been completely neutered.
On my tactical overview, it looks like they're a little bit over, like maybe 30 kilometers away from Barghest of Mira. So you can, by this, you can see how many GDs Crucifiers on the Lazy Piglet side has brought. They are completely incapacitated, those double Barghest. And from the match start, as soon as they started to rush in, the Hyena was down. Flak Inquisitor's attention was completely spent on those 2 Barghest to make sure that they don't go anywhere. We can see some damage going to Inquisitor of Odin's side, but he's far away. Let me look at the speed. It doesn't look like they might be afterburner, they might be overpropped, so because the damage is not sticking anyway, but it's only a single Barghest too. So we'll have to wait for the drones, maybe from the Hugin, from those Crucifiers, from the Pontifex to get applied, and that will help. Also, one thing that they could do on the Lazy Piglet side, if Mira has newts, newt one Inquisitor off, and then try to kill his body.
Yeah, I've not seen any newts, but what's very important is the Stork died pretty early in the game, which means the links that it popped just before the start of the match will be going to expire pretty soon now, so everything will become a little bit squishier, and those are armor links for a Stork as well, so they're not going to be the strongest links of all, but it will definitely make a difference, so that will mean those Inquisitors and probably the Barghest start to drop a little bit further. I mean, Lazy Piglets, they're not really being pressured. I see reps on the Mollis, I see reps on the Barghest, but he's in shield. Like, he's not worried right now.
Yep.
This is just control. And there's damps as well coming on from that Mollis. So the damps plus guidance disruptors, these two Barghests, Toastbrot and Aethel, are going to be just impotent really at this point. They're going to be really hard pressed to get to anything. I mean, look, there's 0 damage, 0 control of their bars. They are applying nothing and they're controlling nothing.
They have moved closer to the MJD unit, and we can see that Aethel is jumping to the next one. So what they are maybe trying to accomplish... If he tries
to jump, he's going to die. There you go, he's down.
There was no way that he could have lived anyways, so...
No.
Now,
and of course, as soon as he activates that module, he gets a massive Sig Bloom, and against those Barghests, he would have just popped in like a second. But the second Inquisitor is going to die as well.
What we need to see now if Odins are going to be able to somehow deliver a Barghest on top of the Oneirus, because this is their win condition right now. They cannot do anything from range, they have to brawl in. They cannot brawl in by conventional means of doing MWD approach, so they have to use those MJD beacons to try and get an angle and start neuting out, maybe grapple, Scourge Celeste, and this is the only way out for them right now.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see it happening. Like, they're just being so effectively controlled by Lazy Piglets. I mean, this Barghest of Toastbrot is I mean, there's no other way of putting it, it's eating shit right now. It's going to go down, and then it's Barghest versus Barghest plus a ton of friends. I don't see this being anything other than, I believe, what we call being clapped at this point. I think we are witnessing a full clapping.
I think there might have been a misplay on the side of the Toastbrot. I'm not sure if he's still in range of MGD beacon. Maybe he took too long to align and activate it, because then he gets he's webbed off by the Hugin pretty far away from it, so he cannot even get back to correct his mistake. He's completely tarp hit. He's going to be a dinosaur in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's surviving longer than I thought, to be fair. I suppose Mira might have hit reload. No, here we're back on now. The damage bar has just gone up. So Toastbrot's going to go down. Aethel is webbed. There's no scrams, but they don't really need a scram, to be honest. It's just cleanup. And with 2 minutes left, I think it'll probably take them another minute or so.
I think that was the game plan anyways for the Lazy Piglets. Just eliminate the low end, and then even if that single Barghest is not able to kill anything that is a battleship or battlecruiser size, then they still win on points, because the other team is not able to kill anything.
Yeah, and with the Mollis, it briefly got pressured. Really nothing on the Lazy Piglet side got that pressured. Like, those two Crucifiers, Planet 6, the best logistics speed bump that I know, and Bazingamungus doing a great job there. That was just control. They were outpicked, basically, completely outpicked there.
I'm not sure if outpicked, because there are ways you can deal with that comp that Tuskers have presented today. They've been running it, well, different versions of this archetype ever since 2017. I want to say. I don't know. I'm an Eve boomer, so memory fails. But in seven man format, it's a bit more challenging, because you don't have like a full tackle wing, and we see that the last Barghest is going to boundary violate probably in a moment from Odin's side.
Can he at least get a good number? What did he get?
202.
202. That's pretty good for a battleship. 202 is pretty good for a battleship. Yeah, I mean, that's very respectable. Probably the best performance of his entire team, unfortunately. All right, with that, a dominating victory by Lazy Piglets, and we'll send this one out of the abattoir and back to the desk.
Add transition.
Call needs to be to 911, getting dunked by the Tuskers in that match. Unfortunately, Odin's Call eliminated from the Anger Games. Lazy Piglets taking a commanding victory over Odin's Call, where Odin's Call didn't even really scratch the paint. Hello, friends. Once again, for the last time today, is me, CCB Jotun, alongside Black Bart Pirate and my very good friend, the Basilisk. Basilisk, let's talk very briefly before we go to our break. What went wrong in the list of things that went wrong for this team from Odin's Call? What did they do wrong from the word go that they could have done to put themselves in a more successful position?
I think Tuskers is always a really, really tough team to go up against. Lazy Piglets, same team. Mira and their theory crafting in general and their piloting is just top notch. And I feel like they've read Odin's like a book. Odin's have throughout the tournament said, we want to fly kite, we're going to kite. We've only got kite. And Odin's then proceeded to, in the face of the bans, the Jackdaw, whatever it was, the Orthrus, the healer, etc., they said, okay, we'll bring some bar guests and try and kite you with those. And Tuskers said, okay, we'll bring 2 crucifiers with a shitload of GDs, and you will have about 15-kilometer range on your missiles, if that. And just completely controlled from Tuskers, really clinical performance as we've come to expect.
BBP, Lazy Piglets with the Bargus, Oneros, Hugin, Pontifex, Double Crucifier, Maulus. Mentioned during the middle of that match, those had to be the most miserable Bargus pilots from Odin's Call in the history of the tournament play, between the webs, the missile disruption, and the damps. Lazy Piglets, from the word go, had a perfect game plan. Do you think it was because they had an extra 10 minutes, or did they just know going into this how they were going to control this match?
No, they didn't need the 10 minutes. They could have done that with like 10 seconds. I mean, it's like Theron said, they literally brought the same stuff that they've been bringing for close to a decade now, and they won with it. And like, if you want a team that's practiced that into oblivion, like that's what you went up against. Like missile guidance disruptors, webs, and long range damage is what those guys have been using since forever. They used it again. They won. I mean, that's all there is to it. Big long delay is what it is.
You are right. It is what it is. And they came out with the win. Odin's Call retiring in that match. However, we will have a quick break now. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Only Need 3 Comps versus Paid Actors. I'll be here at the desk with Fear Vina and Wingnut. Until then, folks, go get yourself something to eat. Maybe grab a cheeky drink. We'll be back here shortly.
Offerings to Bob. Give our new friends to Bob. Tell their stories under fireworks equals great content. Mining and huffing stuff. Industrial opportunities. Fun PvP. And more. Join channel Sorry Diplomacy. And yes, we are adorable. Sorry in advance.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then he just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's me, CCP Jotun, alongside CCP Cat, Fear Vina, and Wingnut Cross here at the desk. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me so much. It's so good to see both of you. We have had an exciting set of matches already. Before we left, we had Lazy Piglets with a dominant win over Odin's Call. We will be seeing them again very shortly. But we have a handful of other matches, or rather, ouch, God, Cat, please. One other match to get to before we see them for a second time. But first, before we get started, gentlemen, so good to see you. So much. How are you doing, Wingnut? Early morning for you, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, it's 4:10 a.m. I had like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, but hey, this is what we do for the fun tournaments, eh? And it's been good so far.
You are right. This is what we do. This is the struggle. This is what we put this on our backs for you, the viewer. Fear Vina, how are you feeling about this?
I'm tired. I just
You're tired.
You know,
I'm sorry.
Hold up. I work overnights, so I'm on the same sleep schedule as Wingnut for the most part, except instead of waking up early, it's like I'm staying up late right now. So, you know,
that is true.
Same diff.
It is true. I was telling somebody earlier, my schedule has gotten so funny now because doing stuff for CCP, obviously I've had to shift my work schedule forward, so I'm getting up a little bit earlier, going to bed a little bit later. But it turns out what I end up doing is I get up early and then I take like a 3 or 4 hour nap in the middle of the day after I get done with work. And then I get up again in the evening, which is fine, except for today, because all of these matches are right in the middle of nap time. So I feel like I want to die. But listen, we're doing the best. The nap time. We're doing the best we can. I'm so excited to get us going, and we have a thriller. We have 2 more matches in our losers bracket before we go back to the winners bracket. We have, in fact, I'm going to scoot this over on my screen. You can see here behind me. We have first up, Paid Actors versus Only Need 3 Comps. Paid Actors, again, a commanding victory, or rather not a well done victory over Rusty Hyenas earlier on. And then we had, let me double check this. Yes, no vacancies or rather Only Need 3 Comps, absolutely smothering Tempest Kalsif in the very first match of the day. So let's talk briefly about what we are expecting to see from these 2 teams. Again, we've already seen from both of them already. Only Need 3 Comps. Again, we've talked about how they enjoy kiting with those DFIs. We've talked about how they like the heavy armor core. Wingnut, just looking at their at the bans for only needs 3 comps. The Hyena, the Loki, the Orthrus, the Gila. Again, very much looks like they're saying, hey, we want to kite. We want to get rid of the Loki. We want to get rid of the Hyena. Are you expecting more of the same from them for this next match?
It's both that they don't want to see kite, and they also might even want to bring it. That's a lot of the good kiting ships just gone. The Orthrus Hyena specifically. So they've just deleted it. So
you are right. Paid actors then banning the Scimitar, the Orthrus, the Curse, and the Balgorn.
Just the final nail. The Scimitar, final nail.
Yeah, Scimitar, Curse, I mean, both these ships and the Balgorn. Fearvina, again, we've talked about this a couple times. The Balgorn always seems like such an interesting pick because it doesn't feel like it really fits the bill for sort of the standard heavy armor ban. Because it doesn't quite have the same range as the Armageddon. It doesn't quite have the same kind of general utility as something like the Armageddon Navy, but still getting picked here. Do you feel like that's a wasted ban for paid actors? Or do you feel like they just threw something in there because they thought might as well?
Well, part of it is actually that only need 3 comps brought the Balgorn last week. Balgorn, Argor, Vedmak, Ashamu. If I am looking at my match histories right. So even though I don't particularly like the Balgorn, we discussed a little bit last week as to why the Balgorn isn't super popular compared to something like the Geddon or the Geddon Navy. I think in this case, they just don't want to see that particular ship because it has been seen to work for only need 3 comps.
Well, and it absolutely has. Notably missing from this, I just saw pointed out, the Jackdaw not getting banned out by either of these teams. The Jackdaw kind of a staple pick for a lot of kiting comps, so that is still an option. Obviously, the Cyclone Fleet that we know that only need 3 comps likes to bring, and then paid actors. Let me pull up my notes here real fast. Again, likes to bring Tempest or likes to play that kind of rush setup and likes to play an alligator comp as well, which also did not get banned. So it's very likely we see either one of those. These teams both have showed a lot of competency with both. And again, this is a win or you're out fight. If neither one of these teams, or if these teams want to bring something that they feel comfortable with, now is the time to do it. Fearvina, very quickly before we go on to predictions, just in terms of talking about approach, we've talked before about bringing something that might be a surprise to the other team or something they might not be expecting. Do you, as a tournament pilot yourself, somebody who's worked with tournament teams, do you feel like the approach is to try and shake them up a little bit, or do you just go with what you know?
It depends on the team. I think paid actors is the one that's going to be most likely to go with what they know. They've really liked the alligators. They've really liked the Gilas. They've taken alligator comps without the Gila, and they've taken Gila comps without the alligator. So I think it's likely they're going to stay with those shield drone setups. Just because that's what they seem to be strategizing towards this tournament. Only need 3 comps, however. They have a lot more variation in what they can bring. So this is where you might see something out of left field for them, saying, okay, we think you're going to take the shield drone setup because that's what you normally take. So we're going to take something that we think is going to counter that.
Wingnut Cross, very quickly, we have about 30 seconds left before we go down to the arena. Wingnut only need 3 comps versus paid actors. Who do you have for this one?
Only got 30 seconds, man. I could really fill that up. Now, honestly, it's I'm gonna go with paid actors, but don't have a reason I can explain at the moment. Maybe later.
All right,
just my.
I will hold you to that. Absolutely, Fearvina. Of these 2 teams, who do you like, and who do you think is going to take this one?
I gotta go with only need 3 comps. They're the team with higher levels of tournament pedigree, and on top of that, I think they have the opportunity to be a little bit more dynamic and put up a bit more of a fight than the last couple of hurdles that have been given towards paid actors.
Well, we'll see. CCP Cat, what do you think? Paid actors only need 3 comps. Any decisions there? Cat doesn't speak English. I'm going to pick only need 3 comps as well. We have Benjamin Rush, and I believe we have Brett Thomas in the arena. We'll be back here in a few minutes to break this one down. Until then, enjoy the match.
Teams landing, transitioning arena. Arena go.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Brett Thomas. For anyone who hasn't seen me, I've been running the second stream for the past 2 weekends. I've stolen Nuke Michael. I've kidnapped him so I can commentate a slot for this weekend. How are you, Ben?
I'm doing fine. Yourself? So yeah, we'll got something quite interesting right in front of us. So actually the prediction are not closed yet, I think, but the transition. So anyway, let's talk about this comp. So what do you think about what only need 3 comps Brong?
Only Need 3 comps have brought what we've seen as this kind of Sleipnir rush comp. With the 2 Sleipnirs, interestingly, they've bought a Scythe instead. And 2 picks that I'm interested to see how well they do is dual Phantasms. It looks like they've slotted a Phantasm in place of something like an Orthrus or a Gila, but they've also got that Svipple and Jaguar in the low end to catch stuff down while they all get right on top of it. What have paid actors brought?
Yeah, on the paid actor side, we got like a Tempest, 2 Kizreal, so that's gonna be interesting. Got Osprey as Logi and 3 Ruptures, so that's gonna be attack heavy on the paid actor side. Okay, and here we go for the boost. Let's see, and we're going. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Only Need 3 comps are pulling away. They know they need to spread everything out.
Look at that Jaguar.
Yeah, it looks like they know they need to lock stuff down and spread stuff out, because if they get right on top, paid actors have much more damage than them. Whereas if they spread everything out and shoot what comes in first, which they are doing, 1 Rupture's got ahead of everything else of Achilles. He's taking a lot of damage now, but they're also shooting Toad and Diras as well.
Oh, and got 1 Rupture down, so yeah, only Need 3 comps got a lot of defense and not much control, so paid actor are really using their control game right now, but they still got one less.
We're seeing that Kizreal of Windjackal go down so quickly. It looks like he's got right on top of both the Sleipnirs, and they are just pounding damage in. You're seeing that Osprey be a little bit further away, so those reps won't be 100%, but it's still applying a lot of damage to it. You can see that attack bar is huge.
Oh yeah. So yeah, only Need 3 comps are really on their game right now, and they got more defense, more attack than paid actor. But paid actor did have a lot of control on the other side. But
yeah, we're seeing the second Kizreal go down. Only Need 3 comps have done the excellent thing here of trapping that Tempest right in the back with the Jaguar and then focusing those spread out BCs. While the Osprey was slightly out of range, they could pump damage in it, and paid actors can only do enough damage to kind of keep the Sleipnir bouncing up and down in shield.
There we go. So 7 against 2, the match is pretty done. So 1 Logi and one battleship. That was quick. Yeah.
What do you think that paid actors could have done differently here to make their situation a little bit better?
Well, I think that everything is to go with the comps. They should have brung something either faster or tankier. They could not survive. This is really rock paper scissors all over again, and they lost that part of the match.
Yeah, really interesting to see how long this Tempest holds for, because that'll tell you how well they did it. Saying that Tempest is already through shields so quickly, it is not as tanky as I would have thought. It looks like they may have swapped some of those mid slots out for damage application or tackle on the BCs and battleships, and that just hasn't gone their way. That being said, the Tempest is finally down, and we're already through that match with Only Need 3 comps just absolutely stomping.
Oh yeah, so going back to the desk.
At break.
Hello, it's me, CCP Oten again, back with Wingnut Cross and Fear Vina. You see, I'm putting my headphones on to give the illusion that I was rushing to get back here because that match was very, very fast. We had paid actors getting absolutely collywopped by only need 3 comps. I don't know if that's the word specifically, but it feels right for the moment. The Tempest Dual Kizreal Triple Rupture Osprey comp getting swamped by Dual Sleipnir, Scythe, Dual Phantasm, Sviple, Jaguar. We're not very briefly. We got a lot of time to talk, so we're gonna fill some space. Fear Vina. Earlier in the day, we were talking about this paid actors comp and kind of what they like to bring. We talked about how they like to sometimes bring the CFI kite sort of situation, but we also mentioned, and Bassa accurately pointed out, that they like to play a kind of a Tempest rush move where they bring the Tempest, they bring some kind of support for the Tempest, and then they rush using that. He mentioned that it might be kind of an anti-rush. BBP didn't really quite agree with that. If this is an anti-rush, which I'm not saying that's what Bazza said it was, but let's say that's what Bazza said it was. If it is a Tempest rush, it feels like it is a Tempest rush straight to the kill board, because that did not quite work out. What went wrong for paid actors during that match?
So this is the exact same comp they brought in their first match of the tournament. Tempest, 2 Kizreals, Osprey, 3 Ruptures. What went wrong was that they went rush in a rush, and they rushed in while only need 3 comps ran away. Only need 3 comps correctly identified that the Tempest was a big, slow boat that they could out-kite, and if there were mistakes made from paid actors, which is what happened here, then they'd be able to capitalize on that. So what we saw was, as the majority of only need 3 comps ran away and they kited away, trying to bait an overextension, they ran their Jaguar right into the Tempest as they just burned completely past the entirety of the paid actors' faster ships, kept the Tempest away, and at that point it's a 7-on-6 because the Tempest is completely out of the fight, won't project all that well on top of these Sleipnirs and these Phantasms. And with that, they just went, okay, the Rupture's out of position, we'll kill the Rupture. Oh, the Kizreal's out of position, we'll kill the Kizreal. Another Kizreal out of position works for me. So just really, really an execution gap, and one that was initiated by only need 3 comps, playing very, very smart off the gate.
Wingnut Cross, these Kizreals specifically fit an interesting spot in this lineup. Now, for points purposes, obviously the Kizreals, you have to have those Kizreals there because, well, I guess to the point that I'm trying to make, or we'll be making here in a moment, is those Kizreals kind of occupy the same kind of spot that something like a Sleipnir might fit into. Obviously, the Sleipnir's 4 more points per ship than those Kizreals are. However, the Sleipnir's T2 resistances, I'm not quite sure how the DPS quite scales up. Do you feel like the Kizreal is maybe just a little bit too squishy to fit that spot in there next to the Tempest that didn't quite have the same kind of staying power?
So if you look at that entire comp, it is that they had Ruptures and Kizreals versus Sleipnirs and Phantasms. And oddly enough, the Phantasm almost the perfect pick because EM Therm damage, hard to hit, pretty tanky, stay away. Plus, of course, Sleipnirs are the king of the Minmatar rush because just they are so self-reliant, so tanky, great DPS. So it's kind of like seeing the new rush meet the old rush and get stomped for it. But I just think that the ships were a bit too squishy. They just didn't have any longevity there, no matter how much you put money into a Logi.
Well, you're not wrong. The only need 3 comps team, it's so interesting. The Phantasm being in there, talking about ships that are kind of squishy. The Phantasm, not known for being robust, but in this case, honestly, didn't even really matter with how quickly only needs 3 comps were able to just pull off damage from the paid actors team. Like there was never really a point where it felt like anything on their team was in any kind of danger. And that kind of early swing really feels like it sets the tone for the match, right? It really feels like once you've capitalized on the first mistake, then everything can quickly snowball after that, unless you're the kind of team that can quickly respond or is in the process of of kind of fulfilling their own playbook anyway, right? So a great match from only 3 comps. Obviously, one of the stronger teams in the tournament so far. The fact that they are down in the losers bracket really doesn't mean anything. That is a team that we are excited to be seeing going forward, and they will be moving ahead to face either. Let me pull my screen up here real quick. I have so many screens. They are going to be playing the loser of match 24, which is No Spaceships for Old Men or Burned My Prop Sorry. So we are going to see them back here before too long. But so pretty exciting to see them get through. Paid Actors unfortunately eliminated from the tournament, but they will walk away with some cash. So, it doesn't hurt to have money. Gentlemen, let's look forward to the next match. But before we do, Wingnut Cross, I'm noticing that there are some people making a comment. Have you gotten a haircut, my friend?
Why are we talking about this?
Listen, Wingnut, this is the insight that the people ask for. They want to know.
Yeah, I got a haircut.
Hell yeah, there we go, Wingnut. Ow.
Just because I have some, Mark.
Oh, sir, please. If you'll notice, we're doing just fine here. We just took the head and flipped it.
I think I wish so much. Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I have both of y'all beat here, so
Fear Vino might have more hair than I've ever had at any point in my life, which is exciting for you, not so much for me. All right, we got a couple minutes. Let's talk about this upcoming match. We have again another exciting one. We get to see Lazy Piglets again. We only saw them just a few minutes ago. Lazy Piglet's going to be playing a lot of matches today, and this is their second one. So they have Lazy Piglets versus No Vacancies. Lazy Piglets last match with like I said, commanding victory. They did Kite versus Kite, and their Kite was better. They have No Vacancies. No Vacancies banning the Carries, the Mollis, the Gila, and the Blackbird. Lazy Piglets banning the Gila, the Orthrus, the Bargus, and the Loki. Interesting. Lazy Piglets, again, with the Bargus comp that was so strong last match, says, you know what? Actually, no, we won't ban the Bargus. We're not going to play the Bargus. This time we're going to do something different. Fear Vina, just based off of what we've seen from Lazy Piglets, they like to kite. They have a couple of other interesting comps mixed in there as well. Looking at this, again, a lot of these bands say, hey, we don't want kiting, or we would like to kite, but some of those Apex kite ships, the Orthrus, the Gila, the Bargus being removed. What other kind of kite options does Lazy Piglets have if they want to go down that way?
I will never pretend to guess Tusker's comps because they can come up with very weird things at any given point in time. I think in this particular instance, right, they can just pull out anything. I think the Cyclone Fleet issue is probably something that they might want to go for, just because it's been one of those ships that plays towards their style quite well and isn't banned out. However, at this point, I'll just let the dice fall where they may.
Well, and they absolutely will. Wingnut Cross, let's talk for just a minute because we've seen a lot of Gila bands today. A lot of these Gila bands all day long. Sorry, these Gila bands, my bad. Thank you so much for correcting me. Yes, so the Gila getting banned fairly often during today's contest. But we know what we have not seen yet, an Alligator. No Alligator bans so far today. In fact,
right?
I don't think we've seen any Alligator bans.
Second game, Alligator ban.
You know what? You're right, there was an Alligator bans, but we have not seen any Alligators in the contest so far. What is it? We saw a ton of them last week. A ton of these Jader comps coming out to really cause a ruckus, but no Jaders so far. What's causing teams to maybe be a little bit more hesitant about these ally Jaders?
I think we just got a bunch of alley haters around at the moment, unfortunately. Honestly, it's
and they call me CCP dad joke. Very good, Wingnut Cross.
It seems to be, though, that they only really fit one comp at the moment, which is, as we call it, Florida Man. It doesn't really do much more. I mean, at least so far, we've seen the drone kite, like beacon jumping version. We've seen that once. So I just think people aren't really willing to use it yet. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on there. But Gila with a G, you cheeky bugger. I like the G.
Gila
we don't call things good. We don't start calling things hood instead of good.
I mean, it's like the file format, the YIF. I mean, it's GIF. It's pretty clear how it's pronounced. Anyway, well, I'll tell you what. I'm looking forward to this. These two teams, again, a lot of pedigree so far. No vacancies, making it perhaps further than they were expecting to, and now up against perhaps their strongest test yet. After this match, we'll have a couple matches in the winners bracket. Then we have some show matches, some more losers bracket matches. All of this setting up for tomorrow's finals bracket. Fearvina, before we proceed forward, just in very broad terms, do you feel like these comps are becoming more focused over time, or do you feel that we're now going to start seeing some weird stuff as we get a little bit later in the contest?
Again, depends on the team. I think Lazy Piglets have yet to show us what they think is going to be the best for them in any given situation. They're very dynamic in what they like to bring. But this is kind of taking the place of the typical day 3 of the Alliance tournament, where we start to see kind of what teams think is the apex of the meta be brought out. So I want to see what both these teams bring and what they actually are looking forward to. But really, what I'm looking forward to is later on when we get to the winners bracket matches, because we're going to see some really new and interesting comps, most likely from those teams.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'll tell you, I keep saying I think you're absolutely right. It's because it's true. But brain autopilot, you know how this goes. I've seen some commentary from some of our friends saying that betting that the Tuskers will bring that Hugin again, which they used to great effect in the last match. A lot of that range control against that double Bargus comp came from the Hugins, came from again the damps they were able to apply and the guidance disruption that they were able to assert onto those Bargus was oppressive. But we won't see Bargus this time. We're going to see hopefully something new and wild. However, now's the time. Predictions: Wingnut Cross, no vacancies versus Lazy Piglets. Who do you think takes it?
I'm always a Mirror Chief stan. The man just wishes upon the fitting wishing well and pulls up some ridiculous stuff every time. So Mirror's got my vote on that one.
Wise words from Wingnut Cross. Fearvina, these two teams, who do you think takes it?
It's got to be Lazy Piglets. I just think, once again, the more experienced team. No vacancies has never been this deep in a tournament before, so I think in this particular instance, it's got to be Lazy Piglets.
Well, I am also going to pick Lazy Piglets. I think this is as strong a team as they have put together in the last couple of years. So, folks, we're going down to the arena. We have once again Benjamin Rush and Brett Thomas. We'll be back here to analyze this one in a few minutes. Until then, enjoy the match.
Arena transition. Go.
And welcome back. Hi there. Still doing good?
I'm still doing great. I'm looking forward to this match. I'm always a big fan of Tuskers, seeing as I fly with them.
Yay. So it's gonna be a lot of kiting, but first of all, am I the only one that sees that those Confessor and Deacon are missing some shield?
Ooh, that's quite interesting. I don't know how that happens, but they are slowly ticking up now. It's only a little bit left. But then again, why don't you talk about what no vacancies have brought?
Yes, so Novak, they actually brought a Paladin as this big DPS and tanky ship, which is 2 Paladins, 2 Confessors, 2 Deacon, and a Pontiflex. So,
whereas
yeah.
Lazy Piglets have brought Nighthawk, Scimitar, Cyclone, Rapier, Triple Jackdaw. So you're looking at a lot of long-range damage there. Kitey damage versus 2 Paladins. This might be a struggle for the Piglets here.
Oh yeah, and the Confessor are getting in the middle with their Rapier getting on the flank.
Yeah, it just looks like they're all spreading out a little bit. The Rapier's moving forward to get webs down. They're trying to get webs on those Deacons, so maybe they can have the Jackdaws one-shot one of the Deacons. The Jackdaws do 750 DPS over the 3 of them.
Yeah, and the Nighthawk just launched his drone on one of the Confessor, and oh, that hurts.
Yeah, they are having the two paladins shoot the Scimitar of Scorched Celeste. Hopefully he can pull out far enough that he can stay alive. But then again, they are paladins. They can shoot you wherever you go, as a Confessor that's bent forward goes down.
And yeah, and we got like the second Confessor down. Not looking good for Novak.
Yeah, what Novak made the mistake there of rushing the Confessors forward, whereas the Rapier was able to web them both down. The Deacons couldn't get close enough to rep the Confessors, because the moment they did, the Rapier would web them down and kill them next, which they are trying to do, just at a further range now.
And they're trying to get this Deacon down, because once this Deacon is down, the Lodge Wing of Novak's gonna be quite done.
Yeah, they are shooting the Scimitar, but they're alternating between the Scimitar and the Jackdaw. I think they're just shooting the Jackdaw when the Scimitar is slightly out of range. But the Paladins have burn in now, so the Scimitar has to make the really long burn around the side of them to get out of their range.
And they are now going on the Deacon that is target painted. So like if they do not how just continue a little bit, it's gonna be jobs done. Now on structure and done, and only the Pontifex and the double Paladin are still up.
Yeah, it's really taking them quite a long time to burn through this Scimitar. If they managed to break it down a little bit earlier, with maybe a Deacon alive, that would have been a decent trade, but they just haven't been able to apply much damage. With the Confessors going down, the Paladins really can't apply that well.
No, it's gonna be really hard to do anything with those Paladin now. They're trying to use their smart bomb with those drones. We'll see if it does anything.
Yeah, they just don't have enough. They just don't have enough control to be able to pound the damage that these Paladins do have. We are seeing the Scimitar boost a lot, and hopefully it can last long enough to survive here, as we see the Paladin of T20 go into armor.
Exactly, and we are passing the 3-minute mark, so that's good compared to the other match. The Scimitar is still getting some rep done, but yeah, holding good.
Yeah, we should see it start to go down any second now, because it has been boosting this entire time. So if it manages to get to a certain point where it's out of cap boosters, we are going to see it start dropping. They did make the mistake of shooting it strongly first, alternating to the Rapier. If the Scimitar managed to reload at that situation, it's definitely the reason why it survived for so long. I say that as we see it's probably running out of cap charges, because it's dropping quite low, and it's having to boost up its cap booster to run it without boosters in it.
Yeah, but it's getting quite far from the Paladin right now, so it's gonna be quite hard for them to apply. And he's like actually like a 70% shield, so it's getting back up and back down now. But still, the Paladin is not a structure.
It is very quite close to being stable. If you really heat your cap booster constantly, you might be able to run your shield booster all the time just based on your cap. And since they're not shooting anything else and he doesn't have to make any reps, he might just be able to squeeze occasional cap boosts.
Yeah, and only one Paladin left that is now in armor, so we'll see if the armor will be able to hold a little bit to maybe take this Jackdaw down.
Yeah, they are shooting the Jackdaw, and that Jackdaw is quite far away from that Scimitar. He is having to turn around, so it might be if he can get just about in range, but we'll have to see. It is dropping into armor now. It is dropping into low armor for the Paladin.
Oh yeah, for the Paladin, yeah, but the Jackdaw just got his rep from the Scimitar, and everything is peachy for him now.
Yeah, the Scimitar has just managed to get his boosts on as the Paladin goes into structure.
The importance of the Logi Bros once again, as the Paladin is low on structure and down, so it's a victory for Lazy Piglets.
And that's going to be all from me, unless somebody else comes down with a sudden illness. Thank you, everybody, and I'm going to pass it back to the desk.
Thank you, everyone.
Add transition.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. I am CCP Yoten, joined alongside my good friends Fear Vina and Wingnut Cross. Lazy Piglets, rather, with perhaps the most dominant 2-game sweep we've seen in a long time, going 150 to nothing in both of their matches, or maybe 151, however the points work out. A commanding lead as they have burned through this losers bracket so far. Gentlemen, what a match. Lazy Piglets bringing their sort of standard kite setup against what is perhaps the most the most projection of projection comps, being dual Paladin, dual Deacon, Pontifex, and dual Fessor. Let's talk about No Vacancies here for just a moment, about what they could have done better to give themselves a better chance, and about perhaps maybe what went wrong. So Wingnut Cross, let's talk about dual Paladin. Dual Paladin, obviously very strong, a lot of projection, a lot of DPS, but again, not quite able to, aside from putting pressure on the Scimitar of Lazy Piglets, not quite able to push anything through. What are you seeing from them? Sorry, Cat, please, not now. That did not quite work out for them in that last match.
Well, I will say straight away, this is why you bring paints when you bring Paladins, because they could have hit it even at maximum range, but they were basically barely hitting it at the end.
You're right.
I honestly thought they would be able to do more damage to that Scimitar even without paints. They weren't able to do anything, and the Scimitar was able to go away. They would shoot a friendly, and then the Scimitar come back in, rep it, and leave again constantly. It would constantly ping into range.
Well, and it's funny too, because the way it was able to do that too. It really did feel like it never ran out of ASB charges, because it was always able to move in, do its repping, move back out, reload its ASB. Cat, I swear to God, folks, please, Wingnut, keep talking about that match. I need to address my child.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be a bit worse for Tuskers there. Oh, sorry, Lazy Piglets. That they actually were able to keep that perfectly under control. If they had more low-end DPS on the No Vacancy side, they could have maybe forced an error by making the Scimitar leave range and come back. They could have maybe snagged a Jackdaw, but because there's only 2 Paladins, the Scimitar had all the play in the world to do whatever he wants to do, basically. He could leave range if he really had to.
Fear Vina, the triple Jackdaw, we talked earlier about how one of the previous matches, the Jackdaw was not banned, but the Jackdaw was not picked in that comp. Jackdaws always kind of tend to be sort of best in slot for kite comps. This time, Lazy Piglets using the Jackdaw to maximum effectiveness, being able to easily pick off the Deacons of the No Vacancies team. Is the Jackdaw, No Vacancies brought dual Confessors of their own. What about the Jackdaw specifically makes it so strong when we talk about this kind of best in comp for these kind of kite? Why is it better than the Svipple, for example?
Well, if you're kiting, it's pretty simple. Light missiles and long-range missiles in general have the best DPS projection in the game at expense of delayed application of damage. Now, so this is great for the Jackdaw because it means that you can hit out to 100 plus kilometers with Fury if you're fit appropriately, or at least 90 kilometers with Fury, and you're doing 200-ish DPS out to, or 150, 200-ish DPS, if I remember correctly, out to that range, and no other T3D comes even close to that. So when you're dealing with small things, you're able to swap to Navy, these AB frigates, overpropped AB frigates, and then just apply to them perfectly, pretty much, because you have light missile application. You have was it a Rapier on their team for long range webs or paints? Yes. And on top of that, it just, once again, it's application projection at range. It is the best T3D for that. And that's just what light missiles do, right?
Well, you're right. And they, it is so funny too. The Jackdaws, I feel like more than almost anything else, really do have the ability to kind of position themselves anywhere because they have the long projection, because they don't need to worry about, matching transversal, or because they don't need to worry about, the fall off or anything like that. They can kind of be a threat to anything smaller than themselves, or destroyer or smaller size on the grid, anywhere they want to be. on the in the arena, which is a spooky thing. I mean, it's the same as like the Barghest, right? The Barghest,
What would you say? It's spooky action at a distance.
Oh, Lord help me! Oh, I'm not strong enough for this. I had it bad from Wingnut, now I'm getting it from you too. Oh. All right, we're moving right along. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear. I just blacked out for a second. It was wild. Okay, so we have coming up next. We have New Eden Villains Valley versus Spooky Action at a Distance. A couple of
you see that transition? I said
yeah,
that perfectly for you.
yeah. That was pretty well done. Okay. We're fine. CCP Odin, you're okay. You're strong. You're wise.
You're professional.
Moving on. I'm professional. Thank you. New
Professionals have standards.
They do have standards. New Eden Villains Valley. We're back in the winners bracket, folks. These are teams that have not done anything yet to be eliminated. They still have the option of dropping down to the losers bracket, and one of them will. So then they can play their way back through this, but they are not there yet. We have New Eden Villains Valley. Looking at my notes here, likes to ban the Curse, the Orthrus, and the Kizriel, which wouldn't know it, Kizriel, Orthrus, and then a Gila and a Loki ban on top of that. But they like to play the one battleship control. They've done it with a Redeemer, they've done it with a Widow, and they've done it with a Vindy. Wingnut Cross, these one battleship control comps, earlier today, one Black Bart Pirate made a comment about Widow comps being illegal in terms of success. Why are one battleship comps so attractive to teams, and what makes them so strong?
Well, it's basically the best value for money in terms of what you've got, right? One battleship can be something special, like, say, a Vindicator. But it can also be Widow for the ECM to basically force people to shoot it. It can be a projection ship. It could be an Armageddon that's providing you your long-range nukes and just really being a pain in the ass on the grid. They can glue an entire comp together, and they can also just ruin an entire comp in one go.
They absolutely can. It's so funny too watching these, because these two teams are clearly two of the most competitive teams in the tournament so far. They've had a string of success up to this point. However, very different teams. New Eden Villains Valley likes these one battleship control setups, likes it to use a lot of armor to accomplish that. Spooky Action at a Distance, though, Fear Vina, a lot different. Gator Rush, Gator Kite, this autocannon rush, and just a kind of generalized heavier controls setup. Do you expect that they will try and push, if they have the opportunity to, they'll try and push some kind of kite comp or some kind of maybe shield drone comp if they have the option? Now, granted, they don't have the Gila as a choice, so that would neuter that comp from the start. But if they can push some kind of comp like that into armor, do you think they'll try and do that again?
I think one thing that this team has historically been very good at, going back a couple ATs ago, when certain members of this team, because this is kind of hybrid between two different alliances, had a comp called B-War, which was a single Barghest DPS and then a bunch of different control and ECM and E-War. They brought something relatively similar to that in their last match last week with a Damnation instead of a Barghest, because it's 7-man format, and they brought a Falcon, Sentinel, and did the same kind of control armor kite setup. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do that again. I do think that this is a team that can bring many different kinds of comps, and the Dracarys side, or New Eden's Villains Valley, has shown one type of thing that they're really, really good at and what they really, really like doing. And when it comes down to these types of executions, I'm always going to go with the team that has more tournament pedigree. So I think in this instance, there is an upper hand for Spooky Action at a Distance.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly have been spooky. There's no question about that at all. It's funny you talk about B-War, and one of the things we talked about coming into this tournament is how a comp like B-War is a little bit more difficult to pull off because of the reduced number of ships you have on the grid. Obviously, B-War excels when you have just an abundance of control. I mean, B-War perhaps is the prototypical max control setup that has worked out so well. And when you're talking about limited numbers of You have to have Logi in there somewhere. You might even have to field 2 Logi ships, so you're down to 5 open slots to field the rest of your, and actually only 4 open slots because you have to have one of those slots needs to be your battleship. But they've certainly done it with success here. Those comps do not mess around. Those are very, very strong. And I think you're absolutely right. I think we're probably going to see something adjusted, some kind of B War light, perhaps B skirmish instead of B War, or B regional engagement instead of B War.
Well, yeah, they like their control. And in fact, last week it wasn't Armor Kite. I stand a little bit corrected. It was Armor Brawl with Damnation Sacks being both ham fit, but then they kited with everything else, right?
That's right.
This team can do a lot of different stuff. I'm excited to see what they bring.
I think that is absolutely correct. We got about a minute left. Wingnut Cross. These 2 matches, again, neither one of these teams are going to be eliminated after this match. This is winner's bracket. We still have 2 matches left in the winner's bracket for now, before the semifinals. So one of these teams is going to drop to the loser's bracket, but one of them is going to proceed forward. Who do you think takes the win today, Wingnut?
Give me a second. New Eden's Villain Valley. Why not? I'm just going to pick that one. Let's go.
All right, New Eden Villains Valley, the pick for Wingnut Cross. Fear Vina, how about you?
Every single part of me will say spooking action at a distance, except for one thing. Last year's AT was won by Fraternity, and this year, spooky action at a distance, for balance's sake, I'm going to say that they're going to make a deeper run than they did last year during the AT. So, against my brain, I'm going to go with New Eden's Villains Valley.
I am so conflicted. I think I'm also going to go for New Eden Village. During this one, they have not disappointed me yet. They have played exceptionally well. But we'll find out here shortly. We have Aliaris, Hode Cosmere down in the arena. New Eden Villains Valley versus Spooky Action at a Distance. We'll be back here in just a few minutes to break it down for you.
Arena transition. Arena go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the arena. I'm Aliaris.
I'm Hode Cosmere.
And we are here with New Eden's Villains Valley versus Spooky Action at a Distance.
Spooky Action at a Distance is the champions of Anger Games 2, the first public Anger Games, and they're a mix of Barcode team with Truth, Honor, and Light members.
Yeah, and New Eden's Villain Valley they've got actually a fairly large number of first-time pilots, and it looks like they've brought a drone armor setup. Very interesting.
Yeah, and we're seeing CFIs, which I'm guessing are heavy missiles. I don't know what missile types memorized.
Yeah, no, those guys are definitely trying to kite. It's going to be interesting. They're going to try and keep their distance. Meanwhile, this drone comp if they can get their drones on, they can apply early. But these armored drone setups don't bring as much DPS as some of those Gila setups we've been seeing otherwise.
We got 10 seconds till the match starts. What do you think the win comp for this is going to be?
Honestly, blue team just needs to stay away. If one of those, if the drones can get some of their control on top of one of those blue team ships, we might see those start to go somewhere pretty quickly.
We're seeing drones being dropped. I really hope that Merm is running web drones, but they're probably not.
No, it looks like just a bunch of infiltrators all streaming over. Of course, can't kite drones. They're usually fast enough to keep up with you, so we'll have to see how this how the Spooky Action team does mitigating the incoming damage.
Yeah. We've got red team here. Proteus burning in. Do you think he's running a long scram with that subsystem? Do you have the subsystem visuals memorized by any chance?
Definitely not, but that's what I do. If you're in this kind of a drone setup, you need your control to be able to make up for the damage that you're giving up by going armor rather than shield. And armor gives you all those extra mids to work with.
Blue's kiting down. They're going to run out of space here eventually. I don't see a lot of cohesive kiting direction. It does look like they're cutting around a little bit to the left. Of course, in space, left means nothing.
Yep. And we can see that right now, the Spooky Action team's doing pretty comfortably. The Flycatcher Vasura is taking some damage, but it's being nice.
Flycatcher sitting on MJD too. Oh, he's pulling away. I wanted to see a silly MJD play. Oh well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're seeing damage flying onto that Vexer of Passion Onzo. We'll see how...
Yeah, chunked low. I don't know if reps are going to be able to catch him. That's a lot of chunks. He's in hole. Oh, nope, there he goes. That's not great. Your Vexer in comps like this is basically your backup tackle should your Proteus go down. It's also the easiest thing to kill here, too, so we'll see if they can catch the Ishtar. If they can catch the Ishtar, it's not looking good for Red Team.
Yeah, the Ishtar's just still taking damage, and so far, no control applied to the Spooky Action Team. Spooky Action Team's still free to kite, free to move, and it looks like they might have ranged some of the drones.
Yeah, Ishtar's dropping down. He's not holding very well. I don't see a lot of cohesion on the drones either. They're kind of floating all over. I can't tell what the target is there.
Yeah, it looks like the Spooky Action Team did a really good job of kiting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if your Merlin's holding down your Ishtar and not letting him kite, take it off the field. At least that's something we're going to see die here, unless it doesn't. Nope, it's dead. Okay.
Yeah.
If it didn't die, that would have... Ugh.
Yeah,
I think we'll see the Ishtar start tanking now? Because it's still going to be too much damage. I don't know. He's hitting at 50% armor. And I think the Cyclones are in reload, so it's not good that he's not pulling up HP.
Yeah, this tries a little bit
shooting again.
Thalia's.
Looks like they're shooting the Proteus again, so the Ishtar can probably get his chunks back up. Thalia's are way away from the Proteus, though, so...
Yep. Meanwhile, the whole Spooky Action Team is quite far away.
Yeah, they're cutting pretty good.
Yeah. We've got some sentries out. Those sentries might be trying to apply damage to the Scimitar draw right now.
Yeah, sentries in this mode are a little bit weird. Based on the fact the other drones aren't moving, I'm guessing the sentries are the active ones. I don't see a lot of application going off, though.
Yeah.
Blue team is pulling up. That's going to put them a little bit better into the Republic Fleet Bouncer range, but Transversal's still going to be really high, and they have yet to be able to get that Proteus with a scram on anything.
Meanwhile, Cotton's Thalia just melts.
Yeah, that's Thalia down. They can just pick off the other Thalia right now, which means no reps anymore for that Proteus after that. I do not think it's looking good for Red Team, and even if they can get a scram on something, I don't know if they have the damage to break whatever they catch at this point. They're trying to whittle away the Simi, but the Simi's just laughing. He's comfortable right now. Oh, man, do you think there's anything Red Team can do here to win?
No, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, again, they needed to get on top of something, needed to be able to take advantage of their control.
I'm surprised the Proteus was so slow. Like, I figured if you have, like, all your eggs riding in that Proteus getting a scram on something, you'd make sure it was really fast.
I mean, all of these ships probably have tackle available. You've got the Ishtars, Myrmidon, tons of mids, tons of opportunity.
And Proteus goes down. Yeah, the thing is, with a kiting comp like this, whoever's in the middle generally has the advantage because you have less distance to cover if you want to, like, force somebody to make a hard turn. But even with that, Red Team hasn't been able to get close to anything.
Yeah, I mean, the slowest ship on the Spooky Action Team is the Cyclone Fleet issue, and those are still motoring around.
I mean, their name is Spooky Action at a Distance, so I think they're playing well up to that. Man. Yeah, Ishtar down. It's just going to be a slow death here. They didn't even bother finishing off the last Thalia. It was nothing he could do to keep the reps up. And I say that, and here the Thalia goes down. Small missiles. That's probably the Flycatcher who's just hitting him with flights while the others reload. I mean, I don't want to say it, but hey, if the Mermaid web drones, maybe it would have gone differently.
I mean, maybe if, I think in this kind of situation when you're flying against a kite,
also,
you're maybe a little
wait
bit
a minute, are these faction bouncers? That's not allowed, is it?
It's not.
Yeah, faction I was going to mention that, like sentries kind of suck because you can't bring faction or tech 2, and then I saw the faction ones and I was like, oh, I guess you can bring faction.
No.
Well, even with the creative interpretation of the rules, the Red Team was unable to pull out a win here.
And what's that?
Yeah, local chat noticing just after I did.
Yep.
Good game. 60 seconds remaining. I don't think the Ishtar's going to last that long. Yep, there we have it. 4 points to 150. Good fight. Also, 4 cruisers. How did I not notice this? Oh my word. Double illegal comp, my word.
For it.
Right?
All right?
I'm not a referee, so not my job. Let's go back to desk, right?
Yep.
All right, so we are at an ad break.
Hey, are you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Oh, this is exciting.
Self-destructed.
Yeah.
I want the 4 times.
Yeah.
Lance.
That is hostile. Sino, that's his Sino.
Sino, on the mic.
Leviathan.
It's okay, right. Ooh, interesting.
And desk go.
Well, if there was ever a match that was decided closer to the beginning of the match than that one, I don't know what it was, because New Eden Villain Valley breaking not 1 but 2 rules and dropping down to the losers bracket as a result.
And losing the match before that.
And losing the match. So really just 3 different ways that they could have done that one, and all 3 ways we'll see them going to the losers bracket. Which is kind of a shame, because it was an interesting setup. Granted, an illegal setup. Certainly can't do that. But it was interesting. Of course, friends, once again, I am CTP Jotun, joined alongside Fiervina and Wingnut Cross. Spooky action at distance. Again, can't say enough about how well they played that one. Obviously, especially when they were, kind of up against the wall comp-wise. Not necessarily comp-wise, rather, but rules-wise. Fiervina, let's talk for a minute about these 3 Fleet Cyclones and the Scimitar. We haven't seen a setup quite like this one yet, I don't think. But man, this is effective. What did they do so well during this last match that really put them in a position to beat New Eden Villains Valley as badly as they did?
Well, outside of the obvious bringing in a legal comp, what we saw happen from the drone comp from New Eden's Villain Valley is they actually went in towards these Fleet Cyclones and Scimitar, because they figured they might as well get, I assume they had some sort of newts in the high slots, some sort of pressure down on these Fleet Cyclones, but just better positioning came in from the blue side, and they were able to just kite away and live to win. You can kite out the drones pretty effectively with the Scimitar and the resists on a Fleet Cyclone.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Looking at this New Eden Villains Valley comp, clearly and we've talked before about some of these armor drone comps, Wingnut, and how they not quite doing the job. This case was obviously not an exception of that. The Navy Myrmidon, I'm pretty sure I think it was pointed out in chat, this is our first Navy Myrm pick. Not quite the pick, I think, in this instance for this. Maybe for this comp, certainly, but not quite doing it for the win. Just to reiterate, what makes these armor drone comps so ineffective compared to their, the more DPS focused, tank focused comps that the Gator Rush or in these kind of Gila heavy setups do so well.
Well, the reason why the Gila Gator one is better is because you actually get all your lows for damage rather than mixing it up with your tank. The weird thing is that was not really an armor drone kite comp. That they were playing it more like a rush as well. They were going in with it. If that was like a a beacon bouncing armor comp that could maybe have worked with their stars, but they decided to like go in and then use faction bounces. And
yeah, not quite going to do the job as it turns out. Folks, you just got to read those rules. But listen, here I'm going to go full tinfoil hat for a minute. So they drop now to the losers bracket. They're going to see drop down to the losers bracket to see Lazy Piglets. Well, I got to think maybe that was not intentional, because the team that you do not want to see in that bracket, you got to think it might be Lazy Piglets, considering that they just went like 300-1 over the last 2 matches. Not ideal for them. But the next match we have up here shortly, we have No Spaceships for Old Men, Burned My Prop Sorry. Both of these teams, again, neither one of them are going to be eliminated. One of them will drop to our losers bracket, where they will face only need 3 comps. As we are getting here to the end, we only have 6 teams remaining at this juncture. We're about to have 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have 6 teams remaining. And we're about to have a different 6, because no one's eliminated, of course. I can do math. I'm a math guy. I've heard of math. But yeah, so let's talk about this next matchup. We have No Spaceships for Old Men versus Burned My Prop Sorry. No Spaceships for Old Men. We've seen them do a couple of interesting things so far, and I actually like both of these teams for this reason. No Spaceships for Old Men bringing the double Vargur comp in one of their previous matches, which we have spoken so much about how these dual battleship comps have a little bit more versatility as opposed to their triple battleship brothers. But that 2 Vargur comp, in terms of how aggressive you can be with those dual Vargurs. Fear Vina, what is it about the Vargur specifically that makes it perhaps the most aggression centric of the Marauders that we've seen so far?
Well, it's the fastest Marauder in terms of just raw speed, and since you don't have a Bastion module, you're putting an MWD on it anyways. And on top of that, autocannons, they project decently well. They have great tracking. Obviously, better tracking than, say, the Paladin, which we saw earlier on, but at the expense of less projection, right? ACs are fighting mostly in fall off, whereas you can, with pulses, get more in your optimal range. So they're really versatile in that regard, and also they just have a really good slot layout to use utility mids in addition to shield tanking, or use utility mids and armor tank them, because once again, no Bastion module, you aren't really using the self-rep on them anyways.
That is correct. No Spaceships for Old Men previously banning out the Hyena, Jackdaw, the Orthrus, and the Cinnaball. And wouldn't you know it, Orthrus, Jackdaw, Cinnaball in their ban list, along with the Scorpion. The Scorpion, an interesting choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one makes sense. Because Paper Numbers
so
brought a
excited about
Scorpion to a Shield Rush comp last week and won with it.
Okay. Well, you know what? And listen, I guess that's the beauty of the 4th ban, right? Where like your first 3 bans are always things trying to make comps worse. With that 4th ban, you're like, you know what? We saw some weird shit last time, and I would really like to not see some weird shit again. So we're just gonna put this in there and not have to worry about it anymore. Wingnut Cross, Burn My Prop Sorry. A lot of different things. They do a lot of different kind of rushes against a dual Vargur comp. Let's just to use very broad assumptions of what we're going to see. Let's say we see dual Vargurs. If you are kind of expecting dual Vargurs or some kind of control comp that maybe is a little bit less aggressive, do you go still? I mean, because obviously the rush against an armor control can be very strong. Do you bring dual? Do you bring like a kind of an all-in rush when you know there's the chance that you're going to see dual Vargurs?
There's multiple ways you can look at it. You can potentially look at trying to rush it down. You can also look at holding it down with a good tackle ship or 2. If you just hold one Vargur down, the second Vargur has basically been half gimped. And the quick note as well is that the main pilot of this team, as far as I'm concerned, is Riferson, who is also known for jumping around, which is, if we got a dual Vargur versus another battleship, it's just going to be an MJD game. Everyone's going to be going jump around everywhere. It's going to be great.
it is really cool to see these teams, especially like this team. And I know Appleseed Kill You did the same thing earlier on in this tournament, using the micro jump duration benefit or the micro jump duration. What's the word I'm looking for? You can do it more frequently in Marauders than you can other ships. You understand how it works. Using that to their benefit, not just relying on the in arena jump units. With great effectiveness, being able to get out of danger, being able to get up close to people, getting on top of stuff, super effective. Very, very cool to see that used. Basilisk noting in chat, the Gila is open, which is true. The Gila's open, the Alligator's open. Are we going to see Fearvina, in your expert opinion? Do you think one of these teams will go the distance and show us for the first time today a true, unadulterated, unfiltered, methed out Florida man?
Once again, you and I are both from Georgia. That doesn't work.
Well, I'm saying it. Hey, I know my bro from down south, and I'll tell you, they bring out them gators.
All
they're
right,
good to go.
Look, neither of these teams have brought an alligator at all this tournament, so I don't know.
First time for everything, you know what I mean, bro? Wingnut Cross, you think we're going to see some gators today?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Well, we had a good run, folks. This has been CCB Jotun. This has been the Anger Games. Appreciate you guys coming out. But no, we have about 20 seconds left. Wingnut, these two teams, No Spaceships for Old Men versus Burn My Props. Sorry, who do you got for this one?
The smart answer is No Spaceships for Old Men. But my heart is always with the Rifleson boys. I want to see some MJDs. Please.
Fearvina, what do you think of these two teams?
I've been a Rifleson and paper numbers, and in this case, their team, Burn My Props, sorry, fan for a while, so I got to go with them too.
Well, I am going to pick the goddamn alligator. I hope we see one on the grid. Folks, I'm CCP Jotun. Here with Fearvina and Wingnut Cross. We got No Spaceships for Old Men versus Burn My Props. Sorry. Down in the arena, Ali Aris, Hoed Cosmere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Arena transition. And arena go.
Hello, and welcome back to the arena. I'm Ali Aras.
I'm Hoed Cosmere.
And we are here with No Spaceships for Old Men versus Burn My Props. Sorry.
Burn My Props Sorry is a core group of 5 people who've been playing together for the last 3 years, supplemented with mercenaries, and they've never actually burnt out a prop yet.
The No Spaceships for Old Men has shown up with a pretty sweet-looking Vargur setup. I'm hoping we're going to see some MJDs here.
Yeah, 2 Vargurs against 2 Armageddon Navies. How many newts do you think each Armageddon Navy's bringing?
From the perspective of that Osprey, way too many. So we should see the Burn My Props Sorry team try to take advantage of their control bar. Meanwhile, the No Spaceships team is going to try to get these Vargurs somewhere safe and just project damage from range.
Both teams are going to be running up into each other's resist tools, I think, right? Armageddon Navies do EM, Vargurs do explosive?
Well, Vargurs have some selectable damage types, unlike the Armageddon Navy, so we should, although actually we'll see what the Armageddon Navies are doing, but the Vargur selectable damage type is pretty good. Oh, whoa, we have a MJD coming from the Armageddon Navies.
Yes! Deacon gets chunked, Armageddon Navies into the background. Osprey's got somebody at 0 on him.
That Osprey is not long for this world. He's got a grapple on him. Capacitor is super duper empty.
He's near the edge of the grapple range by now, I think. He might be able to pull up enough speed to kite away. Second Deacon's going down.
If he can keep his prop on.
I think he's going to do it. My money's on Osprey living.
No Spaceships so far keeping all their team members alive. And you're right, that Osprey is managed to get out of range of the Armageddon Navy. That's impressive.
Does have that Mauler gunning for him. I think his options are kind of limited here.
Might be able to dodge. We'll see how many cap boosters he's got. But meanwhile, damage has gone into that Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, and with only 1 Deacon left, and how far away he is, I don't think that Armageddon Navy's going to tank for long.
Yeah,
I
and
think the Osprey's gonna die before the Armageddon Navy?
maybe. Most Ospreys are actually buffer fit, so what you see is what you get. And those drones and damage coming in on that Osprey are gonna really just get it down.
They're chunking about similar rates here, I'd say. The Armageddon Navy definitely has more buffer in the hull than the Osprey does have in armor. But still,
the Armageddon Navy had Vargers on it.
Yeah, no, if Armageddon Navy goes down before the Osprey, that is not looking good for blue team. Oh.
Yeah, and it's nice if you're the Osprey here. You just have to run. You just have to run away, keep your speed up. None of your team's taking damage, so there's not really much for you to do otherwise.
The only thing hitting them right now, it looks like, are those drones which are getting defanged. No, never mind. Those are shield maintenance bots, but still, 2 drones not keeping up, and there goes the Armageddon Navy. Ouch.
Yep, Mauler's soon to follow.
Everything's soon to follow at this rate, I think. I don't think blue team can do much here.
Yeah, it looks like the Vargers have just been able to apply their damage much more effectively. All we saw is that one MJD play onto the Osprey, and
one MJD play by one of the battleships. Do you think the other one even had an MJD fit?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, chonk onto the Osprey. Armageddon Navy's finally getting good hits into them.
Yep, and the Osprey's going down, but so is the Deacon, and a little bit more damage.
Wait, oh my gosh, I am a complete fool. Armageddon Navies are missile boats now. Oh, they were both rapid heavies. That explains a lot. Oh man, how did I miss that? I'm sorry.
It's all good. So they're protecting their damage fine. The Vargers, though, getting it done. And that Osprey's somehow managing to live in just a tiny scrap of structure. Damage going on to the Bellicose, but the Osprey's close enough to rep. The Osprey might be heading back into rep.
In my defense, last time I flew an Armageddon Navy, it was a laser boat.
Yeah, it's
Man,
gotten
honestly,
much more dangerous now.
Ouch. I would say, honestly, if they were the old laser boats, I think they might have had a better chance here. Rapid heavies against, like, the comp they're going up against isn't going to do a lot. Especially if they couldn't chunk out that Osprey.
I mean, they've got, again, what they're trying to do here is take advantage of a big control bar, and with local MJDs on the Armageddon Navies, there shouldn't be anything that prevents them from getting their newts onto a target and just completely deleting the capacitor. Unfortunately, only one of the Armageddon Navies was able to make that jump onto the Osprey. And
I don't think the other one even tried, right?
I wasn't looking at it. I'm guessing it tried and got scrammed.
I didn't see anybody close enough to scram him. I think he might have just not. Maybe he was trying to pinch the Osprey. But anyway, that is one Armageddon Navy against everything.
Yeah. Might not have also might not have been a pretty good angle. In some ways, it can be worse to make a bad jump than not jump at all.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a clean sweep here, I think, unless this Armageddon Navy can, like, maybe get a clip off onto that Bellicose or Osprey. But at this point, you can just send everyone away and send the 2 Vargers in. What are they going to do?
Yep, pretty much. And indeed, those Vargers are heading for that Armageddon Navy.
We got missiles onto the Griffin. I kind of want them just to get 1 kill. Come on, give them one thing. Reps are landing on the Griffin, though, so...
It's always a little bit rough to leave the arena at 150 to 0, but you do what you can.
Yeah, this was a hard setup, I think, just from the get-go. 2 Vargers can only do so much damage compared to rapid heavy navies.
Yeah, again, that's where the newts are really try to shine. I think in order for blue team to win this, they would have needed to go bottom up and neutralize the Osprey, neutralize, if anything, try to stay away from the Vargers.
Ouch. Well, even then, if they got the newts off, the 2 Vargers don't really care if you newt them. They might have been able to clear the low end, but I don't know if the other low end on the Armageddon Navy side would have been enough to keep them alive against the heavy damage of those two Vargers. Especially with Vargers having their own nukes. Well, we got 30 seconds remaining. I'm going to guess this Armageddon Navy dies before then.
Yeah, most likely.
Maybe.
It's got the two Vargers basically at 0.
Yep, there we go.
There we go. All right,
Well,
and with that, that's a wrap in the arena. We'll go back to, I believe, ads and the desk.
Desk transition. Desk go.
Welcome back to the desk, friends. It's me, of course, CCP Jotun, alongside, for one more time, my friends, Fearvina and Wingnut Cross. A convincing win for our friends from No Spaceships for Old Men with their double battleship comp versus double battleship comps, but battleships of a different order entirely, as it turned out. Burn My Prop, bringing the dual Navigeddon versus the dual Vargur. Fearvina, let's talk. We're do a brief breakdown. We're going to go for an ad break here shortly. We have a couple of show matches coming up, and then we'll have the last two matches today in our losers bracket in preparation for tomorrow's big finale. Let's talk very, very briefly about these dual Vargurs. We said ahead of time this might be an option. We said that Burn My Prop, kind of probably had to prepare for this going into it. What did they not quite do correctly in preparing for potentially seeing a double Vargur comp?
They got baited by the Rapid Heavies. Generally speaking, you don't want 2 Rapid Heavy ships. You want 3 Rapid Heavy ships. If you're doing Rapid Heavy comp, we're in 7v7s. That makes it harder. So if you're using dual Navigeddons, I would personally use Pulses. If I were to do a comp like this, no surprise there, Brave has done Pulse Geddon Navies in a lot of different tournaments. But on top of that, I also just think they kind of played it a little bit difficult, or a little bit oddly at the beginning. They made this MJD play on the Osprey, but really what happened was when that MJD play happens, they weren't able to keep the Osprey held down. Part of that, I believe, is because there was a jam that landed from this Griffin onto Exanos, who was the Navigeddon that actually made the jump onto the back line. And after that, they were just too disparate, and they had 2 Clipser Rapid Heavies, which is never going to kill anything from this comp.
And Wingnut Cross, the dual Vargur setup here, again, so strong. Why the dual Vargur? Why is the dual Vargur feel like it's so much more impressive than a lot of other double battleship comps we've seen so far?
It's just the aggression it can do. Like the Vargurs alone without MJDs is already a very good ship. Good, like non-nudable damage, you spare utility highs, great mids and lows for whatever you need. But you add in that reduced cooldown on micro jump drives, and it goes from being a really good ship to being an incredibly aggressive ship. The Vargur can be wherever it wants to be, as long as it's not being held down. And they didn't really have anything to stop it.
No, they really didn't. I mean, once you get through the Mauler and the Pontifex, it's really, really about as much as they had on grid to be able to hold that bad boy down, and they did not. So No Spaceships for Old Men advances to the semifinals of the winners bracket to face spooky action at a distance, and then the team Burn My Prop will go down to face only need 3 comps in the losers bracket. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We'll be back for the first of 2 show matches before we finish out today's losers bracket. We'll be back here in just a couple.
What is going on?
Is this what collusion looks like? I feel like there's some collusion activity happening here. This is very strange situation.
So it's Happel Shini Suomi Force.
You took hull control.
Do you see hull control losing ships right now? Fearvina, I do not. Those points are still good.
are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Hello again, friends. Once more, it is me, CCPO, side for the last time today. Fearvina and Wingnut Cross. Thank you so much for watching our ads. It's how we get paid by fake spaceship companies, fake money, which is great. I actually don't know if people are paying me for these ads. I'm just speculating. That's usually how advertisement works. We're moving right along. Oh, well, you know.
Oh, man.
Space Monopoly money.
Full of weird.
The fake is the fake money, as it turns out. We have 2 show matches here shortly, and then we'll go on to the last couple of our losers bracket. The first show match is the Center for Advanced Surrendering, I think is the name of that team. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nope, it is right.
Yep.
Versus Ramrod Redux. Center for Advanced Surrendering, banning out the Curse, the Carries, the Lachesis, and the Maulus. Wants none of that E-War at all. And Ramrod Redux banning out the Blackbird, the Carries, the Curse, and the Hyena, also wanting no E-War whatsoever. So let's talk about these show matches. So again, folks, these show matches are not for Plex. These teams are not getting any big cash payout, but they do get some skins. And skins aren't nothing. I mean, I think you'll find skins skins
are the most important prize in any tournament. Actually.
That is absolutely right. Unlike on Thunderdome, skins on TQ actually valuable and worthwhile. So let's talk your mindset going into a show match. Wingnut Cross. Do you do something that you think is going to be competitive, or do you do something that's going to get the people going? Do you give them a little bit of the old razzle dazzle? Or do you just say, like, you know what?
That depends if you're in, like, are you doing a show match to try and get honor back? Or are you getting a show match to be like, I'm going to show you this something really ridiculous that no one's ever seen before, and I could not use because I got my ass kicked too early in the tournament? It's either for honor or just for, like, look what I can do kind of situation.
Fearvina, and again, I don't want to pressure these teams, right? I don't want to give them, you know, I don't want to make them think that I'm imposing on them in some way. I don't want to pressure them into anything. You know, I'm a cool guy. You know, I sit backwards on chairs. I wear my hat backwards sometimes. I cross my arms and say, "Hey, how are you feeling today?" I'm not the kind of person to impose on these teams, but if I was going to impose on these teams, you know, I would like to see some weird shit. Fearvina, what kind of cool weird shit have we not really seen a lot of yet that we could see in a show match?
I think any good meme is not complete without, you know. So if I were to do some sort of meme, I would go with something like a Battle Badger or a 1 Wonder Ibis.
Yeah,
those are like those are my 2 favorite memes out of any tournament. Battle Badger, of course, is one where you put all tracking links or all CBOs or some sort of remote assistance in the mid slots, because it costs basically nothing, and you can just put a bunch of stuff on them to help your team at the start of the match before the Badger dies. And then obviously the Ibis is a 1 wonder because Corvettes you can bring, and you can only bring ECM on ships that they're bonus to, and you can put a single jam on an Ibis. So
the Ibis is
if we're gonna go with memes, I'd go with one of those 2.
That would be very funny. I'm curious to see how these teams play this out. again, what's more likely than not to happen is we're going to see two teams trying to be competitive, trying to get those skins. And I totally get it. I want you to know, I understand. I support you. I'm here for you, Ramrod, Redux, and Center for Advanced Surrendering. But I'm a saucy bitch, and I love that drama. And I want to see some sauce here, folks. I just want to see just a little bit of razzle dazzle. And I know Jin Tan is laughing over there. He's probably not laughing at me specifically. He might be. It's hard to say. I just want to see. Listen, guys. I just want to see a little bit of zhuzh. You know, a little bit of the old some spark. Life is cold and dark a lot of the times, and sometimes it's hard to feel joy in your heart. But you know, when I feel joy when people in spaceships are doing some weird shit in the arena.
Mark,
yes,
Mark, your level of rambling there was almost to the point where I thought you were going to go into another rant about hull control.
Well, listen, hull control fulfilled me this year. They were the ones who did the Varger with the shield and armor reps. I feel fulfilled after that. That warmed my heart. Listen, we got 10 seconds left. Ramrod Redux, Center for Advanced Surrendering. I'm going to ask for predictions. Fear Vina, what do you think?
I'm going to go with the Radicos team. Go Ramrod.
And Wingnut Cross.
There will be blood. That's about it. That's all I'm predicting.
There will be blood indeed. Folks, we have, for the last time, Wingnut Cross, Fear Vina. We're going down to the arena with Dujek One Eye and Ish Sindulos. Center for Advanced Surrendering versus Ramrod Redux. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that incredibly enthusiastic introduction, including with proper pronunciation, which is truly mind-blowing. I'm Ish Sindulos. I am joined by the ineffable Dujek One Eye, and we are here to witness an amazing, mind-blowing show match, unfortunately with no type hands, but Fear gets his wish because I spot an Ibis.
So definitely one of the best ECM ships that we have to take when we can't take the Taipan. It's going to do a lot with its 2 gems. Let's see if it's got a prop when it starts. We've got 2 Barghests up against 2 Paladins. We have seen something recently. How do you think this is going to turn out?
We have seen some incarnations of this. I'm a little worried for the Barghests, and that's going to come down to how often and how well these Paladins can deal with the rest of the comp. They don't face the clipping issue. And also, is this Ibis, is this one jam, is it just going to turn into a magic button? It's always a question. I mean, you could just end up really unlucky as Ramrod and have this one Ibis jam totally take you out of a show match. It would be like almost as unlucky as if you went like 2-1 and got knocked out of the tournament or something insane like that.
Or if you lost your Osprey in 30 seconds at the start of a match, Unifon Hair is living, well, dead in slivers of hull, I was about to say.
And there he goes.
I think that going straight for a Paladin with rapid heavies is a bold move. It's the tankiest ship on the opposing side, and it's going to take a couple of clips to go through. The Ibis is also being shot, presumably because it has successfully jammed someone. Go Ibis.
Go Ibis, indeed. Yeah, I am a little worried for that because they're going to hit that clip, and there's a lot of Paladin to get through from that. And are they going to succeed? They do take the Ibis down, so no more lucky jams out of that. They have had enough with the casino rolls. But we're seeing that Paladin. It's just, gone through its shield, which is a nothing burger, and it's still sitting there with heavy armor. We're seeing a little damage onto the Hawk of Kershaw, but not a whole lot else going on. Vigil now it's eating really hard, so it looks like Cast is going to lose a Vigil out of this exchange.
Yeah, that's the Nurgles, just making sure that they can get a free line in. They didn't want to burn in, get webbed, and get killed right after. They are now given free reign to pick off the Hawks and then go for the Barghests. The Paladins just straight for the Barghests immediately. But Toshin, Bleak, and the Barghest is taking decent chunks of damage, and eventually the Ansel will run out.
Yeah, I think these Nurgles are feeling better without the paint of the Vigil adding to the application onto them. They'd really rather not take the heat. Khajizi is seeing actually a fair bit of heat coming onto him. He's about through shield here, but this Hawk is really taking the brunt of the damage in the fight right now. We are seeing Badashin's Barghest take about the quarter of the shield left here, and we'll see how well they hold off. It is going to be a damage race, but as I said, one side with that clipping Barghest, it's going to be a question of can they chew through all of the EHP on the Farva side.
Right, currently this was 6 against 3, sorry, because Jintan is just off in his own world for a second, having a dogfight against one of the remaining Hawks. This is not looking good for Center for Advanced surrendering. They will not be given the chance to surrender, though. They're probably just going to get wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I think it was actually kind of nice pushing the Hawk off like that. A Nurgle is a ship that feels really good being into an aggressive dogfight, not just having the ADC, but knowing if it can protract a fight with a smaller ship, it's going to have no issues hitting that ship. It's going to have no issues getting the damage advantage over time. What it really doesn't want to face is that overwhelming force. So popping that Vigil off so there's no application help, Jintan driving that Hawk away a bit so it can just kind of get a nice little solo time with it. Pretty valuable. Now we're seeing some drones fly around. We're seeing a lot of rep drones coming out, especially onto Jin right now, but there's some damage drone onto that as well. But we're not seeing a lot of exchanges on the small end right now. The big news is Badashin's Barghest being well below half armor at this point and sinking back through that shield yet again. They might lose a Barghest here before a Paladin goes down, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, they immediately just gave up on the Paladin of Neutron Mnemonics, where they took 10% of his armor and then just hit a wall. They're not going to kill anything, but I think that they needed to get all their application bonuses together, their paints and whatnot, and try to get down some smaller stuff first, for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Jack. I think a bottom up may have been favorable to him here. Having flown against Cass a few times in our scrimming lives over the many tournaments, I can say they do have some great execution ideas on field, and I think this is just a hard one for them at the outset. The challenge here will be, can they hang on to a little sliver of Badashin, which so far they're doing. He's in the structure, but they're hanging on to some of that shield. They do have some opportunity here, perhaps to get some of that help out of the way, get some kills in, and then maybe see what they can do with Ambriel's remaining Barghest. But it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. Those Deacons still being alive mean that those Paladins have a lot of help. Even KGZ and Jintan and their Nurgles are going to be pretty well assisted here with that lodging. It looks like Badashin, unfortunately, is not going to survive much longer, taking big chunks of damage here out of structure, and he goes boom.
Do you think Jay is going to try to kill something or get a great jump out of the arena and try to beat our quite substantial record?
Well, he's pretty well held down here. You know, both Nurgles on top of him. It's going to be hard for him to get the right angle to go for the glory, go for the record. So I kind of feel like maybe the term here is the last middle finger and see what else he can pop on his way down as he takes these big chunks of damage against the Ramrod team.
I've definitely seen people ask and are being granted the chance to jump out. One last question before we go back to the desk. Would they have won had they brought a Taipan?
Oh, the Taipan, as mighty as it is, I just don't think it compensates entirely for the situation here. I appreciate the Ibis. I'm with Fear on that. It is a fun thing to see. But unfortunately, I think just the Barghest versus Paladin is a very tricky matchup. I think that they did a good job on the Ramrod side of being in an aggressively positioned fashion. It's going to be hard for them to get that win pulled out, even with the mighty, mighty Taipan.
Add transition.
Mummy, when I grow up I want to fly spaceships and go pew pew pew.
Oh my god.
Don't worry about the boundary or
slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Oh my god.
We're gonna
Exactly,
walk through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through? We're gonna walk through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get
the
like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no! Guys, what the?
Hey, you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
What
What is going on?
Is this what collusion looks like? I feel like there's some collusion activity happening here. This is very strange situation.
So it's Happel Shini Suomi Force.
You took whole control.
You see whole control losing ships right now, Irvina. I do not. Those points are still good.
Oh my god.
Offerings to Bob. Give our new friends to Bob. Tell their stories under fireworks equals great content. Mining and halving stuff. Industrial opportunities. Fun PvP. And more. Join channel Sorry Diplomacy. And yes, we are adorable. Sorry in advance.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Because someone said our previous ad was annoying, we've simplified things. Pew pew, zoom zoom, meow, pew pew pew. NPSI.rocks, the home of PvP on demand.
What is going on?
Is this what collusion looks like? I feel like there's some collusion activity happening here. This is very strange situation.
So it's Happel Shini Suomi Force.
You took whole control.
You see whole control losing ships right now, Irvina. I do not. Those points are still good.
I'm Dujik, and with me is Ish. We have Gunsnarm powered by AI, who have gotten out their randomly generated comps. They had no say in this, and they're up against Module Clickers Anonymous.
Yeah, Module Clickers, they have brought 2 Molluses, 2 Serbs, which is a surprise for the meta, and this is a what year is this kind of meme happening? And as Armaz, so they are not planning on dying with that armor setup, I guess. But this is
So tell me, this is an armor Serb. They must be kiting, right? What kind of weapon system does it have?
It is indeed. It is indeed armor Serbs in the age of Serbs having virtually no range. But these are ham Serbs, so they have to get in and do work.
So, what do you use that many mids for? Is my question. They must have something. They're hoping to not get locked, but if they're going in close and they have Moluses, I'm a bit confused about this one, I must say.
It is interesting. There's a little bit of split brain perhaps going on. The only guess I can make, Dujek, is that we are about to see some tanky mother effing Serbs come in here and just pour out ham damage. Maybe that is the hope. The Mollis to hold off the damage from the long range. The problem that they have here, though, is that the Mollis is not going to have the efficacy they want to hold off damage, because these Cinnaballs are going to scream in at the classic Cinnaball speed and start chewing on module clickers here.
I guess the Serb range bonus, coupled with mids for missile guidance computers, could actually make them have hams that shoot 80 kilometers or something like that. They are kiting back, and they are shooting Quan Showa in the Cinnaball as they do so.
Yeah, I guess if you run maybe like 1 MGE, 2 MGCs, you can probably get up to, I think it's maybe low 70s. We'll see. I'm dubious about the efficacy here, but against a triple Cinnaball comp with a Maelstrom of all things, it's anyone's match, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
they also have an armor Loki with an extra large amount of webs to keep people back. They might just have some way of getting some kiting done here.
Yeah, they can create a sort of a chess position on the field from all that. I fear for them, though, with these Cinnaballs. Yes, you can web them. Yes, you can damp them, but they are Cinnaballs at the end of the day. They're still going to have speed even through webs. We're seeing, we're seeing 2 of them at 3K, 1 of them at about 2.5. Pouring in, and I think we're just in all-out dogfight mode right now. Logi ships trying to exchange positions here and keep themselves as safe as possible, while also getting into that maximum rep range. It's pretty bloody, pretty intense. We're seeing those Molluses take the brunt of the damage now on the module clicker side. I think they're just tired of having that hold back, knowing that you can throw out into fall off some nice projectiles if only you can do some work, and it also will take some pressure off their Logi, who is probably being max damped right now. Mito's Cinnaball, though, he's really eating it here, taking some massive hits of damage, going through structure, and he is down.
Yeah, the Sarmaz obviously is going to have a bit of a problem repping 2 targets at once, as the Stork and the Mollus are getting shot at the same time, but those Molluses aren't, I think, that important. Like, Cinnaballs do shoot a decent range, and they're going to kill Lucy Alfreer here in the Stork, which is going to be quite significant to the Module Clickers team. But they still have their Molluses up, they still have their Loki, which I think is the linchpin here of the entire comp, and they just have to get more damage done. They're up on points currently.
That is true. And one thing we haven't talked much about here is this Gator kind of in the thick of it here, pouring out its own missile damage. And of course, if there's massive drone damage that you can't practically just go around defanging, that's going to lend to the damage tip as well. We do see the Osprey, by the way, here down to a quarter shield, so it is the next target marked for death, and it's going pretty well for them on the module clicker side to get rid of this Osprey, and I think they're going to get it right here in this clip.
Yeah, Vladislav is probably going to be traded for the Osprey. This Gator doesn't actually have any missiles. It's a pure drone Gator, just given up on trying to fit the missiles, I think. They're kind of annoying to fit. It doesn't have that much fitting room. Vladislav Sakin is going to start catching some reps here. They're going to have to try to get him up to full health again and keep killing something. They're on Starlit Greybeard, who will probably be the next person going down, and probably a bit faster than the Osprey did, given that he has no Logi for him anymore.
Yeah, we're seeing actually Vladislav hold out pretty well. This is kind of the position that Zerathul wants to be in that Zarmaz, is to have someone who has to put a miracle save out to, because pumping out the Muta healer with a single target, it's kind of his dream position. He can keep that Cerberus up a long time, and it's not going to be too long before the ADC hits refresh, and we're going to see Vladislav get a lot more life out of this, as the Jaguar and Goonsnarm side is taking a fair bit of damage. The question here, I think, is going to be getting a critical mass of Cinnaball damage off the field. There's still 2 Cinnaballs remaining. There's, of course, still the Maelstrom about. Do you think they can just take these Cinnaballs out and pull the win entirely just from this damage tip of scales?
They would be quick enough. They're just not closing the distance, and Vladislav hadn't up until now been particularly slowed either. They seem to be dying. I think maybe it was a problematic decision to swap over to rep the Maulus and leave the spool off Vladislav. That's a lot of their damage gone. Like, Sarathul still isn't able to split the reps, and he needs to make hard priorities in order to get down some other, or keep his good ships alive instead. Fury Odless and the Loki is starting to take significant damage now, and if Fury dies, this is dead for Mouse Clickers.
I would have to agree with you. We are seeing him Fury into about half armor now, so it's going to be a question of if Zerathul can hold him up while they pour out all the damage they can, hoping to take down perhaps Starlit here. The Molluses have been kind of a chess piece for Goonsnarm to use here, I think, to distract, as you said, the switch over to save the Molluses. At this point in the match, it is a little bit questionable given how close range everything is, and as I can't say enough, Cinnaballs are Cinnaballs. They don't have a problem getting somewhere. Even through Loki webs, there's only 2 webs, and you know, you can put web each Cinnaball, and you can still get somewhere with that. You can still
Mo
shoot.
Freeman here in the Alligator is taking quite a bit of damage. Not taking missiles means that he does get to take an XL ASB, which is normally quite hard to fit. If Mo Freeman does go down after his XL ASB is out, they'll probably lose on points. Mo Freeman is the key ship here. If he dies, Module Clickers will be high up enough on points for there not to be overtime, assuming Fury doesn't die. And that will be the end of this. He's got 30 seconds to kill Mo.
It seems very doable, and he is down. That's a great call there. Now, do you think that having the damage output from that Gator instead of the XLASB may have been something viable here to tip the scales backwards?
I think that probably does make a difference, although the Molluses probably also could keep the lock range far enough down. Module Clickers will take this victory in this show match and win themselves some extra skins.
It was a nicely played, nicely won match, a very bloody brawl there.
And nice interesting comps, for sure.
Yes, interesting, almost chat GPT level comps, but I like it. I thought it was a very fun show match, and as always, enjoyed casting it with you too, Jack.
Likewise. Do you think they got out AI'd a bit?
It is entirely possible. Maybe someone's paying for that next level llama LLM, and you know, just you paid the higher membership fees. I don't know.
Just transition. Dusko.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm CCP Youten here alongside Genton and Moderator. And wow, what a match that was. I was really impressed with how well the team from Module Clickers Anonymous played that one. I really thought that Goonsnarm was going to come out with a Gator and really give it to him, but they didn't. So that was pretty crazy. Genton, what do you think about this match? And what do you think the consequences of a Maelstrom pick is going to be in the future?
Oh my god, we just never see the Maelstrom picked. But no, it is a ship that is uniquely Goonswarm focused in this tournament. It's a ship that we've only seen them bring. But I think it does speak to the power of your large autocannons. You know, we've seen them be used to amazing effect in the Varga, and just the ability to bring a big wall of EHP. You know, invulns let you heat, so you can have a passive tank that is exceptionally strong in a small period of time, as long as you're not expecting newts. And you know, being able to sit something there, maybe move it around a little bit. It's a Maelstrom. It's not moving. You know, it's not a fast ship, but it can just put out a ton of DPS.
Yes, it can. Moderator, let's talk. This is such an interesting setup by Module Clickers. At face value, very strange. Very strange. Armor Serbs with Zarmaz Loki. I know that Armor Serbs seem like such an odd choice. They've got range, certainly, especially Armor Ham Serbs have range, but not a lot of DPS. Going into a Maelstrom, Alligator, Osprey, triple Cinnaball, what went well, or was it just a factor of just being a couple of weird comps that just happened to balance out that way?
Yeah, so we've actually seen teams like the Tuskers do something kind of similar in the past in tournaments where they brought 100 MN overpropped Afterburner. I believe it was going to be a Claymore at the time, and just fit all guidance disruption, damps, and tracking disruption in the mid, right? You can imagine Armor Cinnables doing something somewhat similar, saying, well, you can't scram us because we're overpropped. And, you know, we're going to damp you down to, you know, negative targeting range. Not a real thing you can do in EVE Online, but it certainly does feel like it when it happens to you.
True.
And you see, you know, I can only lock to 5 kilometers. That feels awful. The kind of the question I had for Goonsnarm there is, it felt like they were still on that Chat GPT, you know, 3.5. They didn't get the updated, you know, 4 turbo version that has the training data from this year with the new ships that came out. And we really didn't see the Cinnables towards the end of the match really just get near anything. That they were just kind of standing out in the middle of nowhere. And those are autocannon Cinnables. You know, you got to sometimes hit F1 approach and do damage.
Well, and you're right, because they honestly, they had I mean, you could just tell from their attack bar, they have the ability to do truly a staggering amount of damage, right? I mean, there's just so much damage on that side between the Maelstrom, between the Gator, between those 3 Cinnables, and the Module Clickers Anonymous team. Again, Armor Serbs do not tank well, so you got to think that at some point they would just be able to kill something of value, and they you know, they were able to pick off a couple things here and there, but not enough to get it done, unfortunately for them. However, it's just a show match. It's all good fun. Module Clickers Anonymous, unfortunately, or rather, Module Clickers Anonymous getting the win. We'll get some skins. Goonswarm not quite getting it done there. However, now we move to the ones that matter. We have 2 more losers bracket matches for today as we set up for our finals bracket tomorrow, folks. We have first out the gate Lazy Piglets versus New Eden Villains Valley. Let's talk very quickly. New Eden Villain Valley here, both because they lost their match and also because they commit several rule violations during their last match. A trick that you can really only pull once in this tournament, because if you do it a second time, that is the ball game for you. They now risk elimination against Lazy Piglets, who, again, have just been a force to be reckoned with through this losers bracket so far, and have been very, very dangerous. A lot of similar bans we've seen so far. New Eden Villains Valley perhaps wisely banning the Barghest from Lazy Piglets, having seen that Barghest comp they had in the last matchup, and seeing it put to such effectiveness. Moderator, when you're at this level, or rather, Jinton, let me talk to you real quick. When you're at this level of the tournament, when you're you know, this deep into the mix, you're expecting to see, you know, a lot of the comps that have already been strong from a lot of these teams. Do you think that teams are still now in the process of trying to work out a new comp, or maybe not new comps, but trying to work out, you know, something that they can, variations on comps that they're already using? Or do you think it's at the point now where everything is sort of mathematical, right? You see something, you respond in a certain way. You see something else, you respond differently.
Yeah, well, I think the best teams right now, and, you know, Lazy Piglets are one of those teams, and I think New Eden's Villains Valley, this is going to be like a real crucible for them. You know, for the team behind New Eden's Villain Valley, which is partially Fraternity, have done exceptionally well over the past couple of tournaments. They've really shot up in the rankings from being kind of a top 16, top 32, you know, not really a competitor for the final weekend, to winning the last year's AT and, you know, getting as far as they have in this Anger Games tournament. You know, those kind of more senior teams, they will have been, since the tournament started, they won't have backed off on their scrims. They will have been scrimming every day during the week, figuring out how the opposing compositions work, figuring out how to go against them, and using that as an opportunity to sort of decide on how to get around bans, and maybe some specific mirror breaker sort of options that you can bring out at the last minute. So I expect both teams to bring variations on standard compositions here that they feel are advantaged versus what their opponent's tendencies are.
Moderator, just looking at the these last couple of matches, knowing that these teams, whoever proceeds from here on out, has to then go into the winners bracket and go up against Spooky Action at a Distance or No Spaceships for Old Men. Is it possible? Is it hard to avoid getting looking ahead? I guess because I feel like a lot of teams, they especially higher end teams, it is sometimes easy earlier on in the tournament to say, we don't really need to be worried about these guys. These are, lower end guys. As you're getting further into the tournament, though, it becomes you need to be paying much more attention to each consecutive match. So these teams likely, in your opinion, I would ask, are probably not looking too far ahead at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on both sides of the coin this deep into tournaments, right, on the winners and the losers side. And you just have to take it really one match at a time, saying, hey, I'm going to put all my mental focus and energy on what's right in front of me and how to deal with the problem I have right now. Because if you're even, 10% distracted, or you're thinking about the not match, that's energy that you could be putting on what's in front of you. And you're going to be, less focused and less, capable in the arena. If anything, if I'm one of these teams, I'm thinking about the fact that this was actually a first round matchup. This is going to be a rematch of, these two teams. And, you're trying to make sure, hey, I'm going to not be, emo in my head if I'm Lazy Piglets having lost, 19 to 150 pretty decisively. And, saying, hey, mental reset. And, if you win here, you make it into top 4. I mean, nothing's been announced, but you have to maybe be thinking in mind that if you make it deep enough, there might be some possible seeding in the main tournament for the AT. It's been done in the past, nothing announced yet, but it's in the back of your mind.
You are right. That has happened before. Folks, we are now going to go down to the arena. We have Lazy Piglets, New Eden Villains Valley. This is an elimination match. We have Chad Flame and Deebs in the arena. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Transition. Gonna go.
And welcome to the arena. I'm D-Spar, joined with Chad Flame. We have a very interesting match in front of us. On the red side, we've got Lazy Piglets with a Typhoon Fleet, Hugin, and Guardian again with a Sentinel and 2 Molluses for Ewar, supported by a Pontifex. What about on the blue team, Chad?
We are looking at the Logulus Kiz Rush with some Broadsword, Scythe Fleet Tackle, and those pesky E-War Drone Griffin Navies that we saw earlier on. And we're going to see how this plays out, rushing into this armor kind of control setup brought by Tuskers.
Yeah, this is something we've seen them bring before, that Hugin is going to have those webs, and Armor Hugin with lots of webs down for those Kizreels, really slowing that rush down. So we'll see if they're able to hold it.
Yeah, the eyes in the beginning of this match are really going to be on, can that Hugin do the best job screening as possible? Some of these damp ships might not matter if they can't hold ships down. It's all going to be on that Hugin and the Typhoon Fleet clipping out whatever it can. There's no Logi to prevent the reps coming in from the clips, so the damage will land, and we're going to see what the primaries are as the countdown is going down.
Yeah, hey, I think moderator stepping in briefly here. I think while Deebs is kind of working through some technical difficulties, we're seeing the OVO team here in their Kizreels. They're just initially kind of pushing in, trying to get tackle with those very rapid ships.
Yeah, we're seeing the webs get applied to the main rush and damage onto the Scythe Fleet issue to get rid of that squishy tackle ship that might pin down one of the Tuskers guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the general premise of the Minmatar rush. You don't have a lot of HP. You want to get your Scythe Fleet issues not very tanky onto something that Cotton doing a really good job, actually, of burning away, was taking a lot of damage from this Typhoon, burning away, stringing out the damage. Drones are on top of him, but they're in, Narnia right now. And those Kizreels are now getting on top of the Hugin, really trying to apply pressure, it looks like, to some of the webbing ships.
Yeah, damage going onto him, not really getting a lot put onto him. He is armor tanked with a lot of webs in his mid, but they're testing the tank. Same with a little bit of drone damage, it looks like, onto Planet 6's Mollus, which isn't really going to be a big factor right now if they're trying to get on top of ships, and they're not doing a really good job at it currently. The screening from the Hugin is doing great.
Yeah, I mean, look at the webs. I mean, that is perfect application. That's one of the things about an Armor Hugin. Yeah, you spend a lot of points, but I mean, if you can web down the Griffin Navy issue or paint it, it goes down. You get so much utility. You get the paints. You get 4 webs that are perfectly spread across everything. And these Kizriels and Broadsword just can't catch up and get on top of anything right now.
I really like to see what this Lazy Piglets team is doing. They're throwing their drones on top of the Griffin Navies, or they're putting their main rapid heavy DPS from the Typhoon onto that Scythe fleet. Originally, he has clipped. That is why the Scythe fleet has stopped taking damage. But with no Logi on grid, they're just using their drones to pick apart that low end, and it's not really been able to get in and tackle anything or do much effect because there's no Logi to keep them up.
And I'm back, I believe. Yeah, the Scythe fleet sitting on the MJD beacon as well, just MJD'd out to try and get into the backline there, which is certainly a choice.
Yeah, it's a choice. You're not really in much HP left, and the Scythe fleet actually goes down. Even if it was able to tackle something, it would not have been long enough to actually get something else to follow up for that Scythe fleet issue. And the Griffin Navy just getting ran around by drones, and they still have not gotten on top of anything and held it down.
Yeah, I mean, with that Hugin, the Hugin now has 4 webs for 4 targets. It's just able to hold all of them webbed down, and while the Kizriel is fast, it's not that fast.
I'm interested to see if these Griffin Navies actually have any tacklements. They're kind of just running around the arena, just avoiding drones, getting on MJD beacons, and we're just seeing that another Griffin Navy goes down. They just haven't been able to get on top of anything with the Griffin Navies, and the upper end hasn't been able to do anything either. The Hugin just putting a web on every single meaningful DPS ship and keeping them far away, and they're just being controlled in a masterpiece by that Hugin.
Yeah, the Broadsword there, Kizriel trying to run to the MJD beacon to see if they can try and make some plays off of that, the way that Scythe fleet did. Of course, the Scythe fleet didn't have that go very well, and I don't think it's going to go well for the Broadsword and the Kizriel trying to do it here.
Yeah, you saw them rush in. Sometimes you see with these rush comps, teams actually pull back, go towards an MJD beacon, realizing that there's so much screen potential on grid that they need to jump and do something surprising. It seems like that the team is doing that a little late into the match. Individuals getting on MJDs, trying to get behind, and it's just not really working out at this point. And even if they were able to catch something, it seems like they might not be able to hold it long enough to actually get the rest of their team there as they slowly get whittled away.
Yeah, one of the big things about the rush is you need to overwhelm the enemy team, and coming in 1Z, 2Z, that Scythe fleet going in alone and unafraid by itself just doesn't let you do that. In fact, it looks like they might not be using the MJD beacons to get in the backline. They're using them to try and run away, which I guess is sort of effective, but it's really not accomplishing anything towards winning.
Yeah, it's accomplishing living longer, and sadly, this is not a game of who can live the longest. This is a game of get rid of the other team and win on points, and right now they're not effectively getting rid of any points. I thought those Molluses actually were not going to do much in this match, but pairing them with the Hugin webs and forcing the other team to be farther away, it seems like the control of the Lazy Piglets team really did a lot of work in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. The Molluses as well, meaning that those Griffin Navies are going to struggle to do anything other than throw a couple ECM drones out, which, while bonused, are not going to be able to do much in this match.
Yeah, they got ran around in the beginning by a bunch of the Lazy Piglets drones. It seems like they're just running drones the whole game, and it's very interesting to see the team is just running away and not brawling. You'd expect the rush team to rush, and it just seems like they're prioritizing living more than rushing, and it's slowly gone that way the entire match. Maybe they just realized they're not going to really be able to accomplish the rush with that Hugin on grid.
Well, one Kizriel now on top of the Hugin, getting all of the webs. I'm certain from that Hugin there's a scram on it, but his speed does not seem to be dropping, so that is a overpropped Hugin, meaning that the Kizriel scram just didn't do anything. And I think that's a key thing here is these Kizriels being shield tanked, they just don't have many mids. They can't have web and scram without giving up a good portion of their tank. And overpropped Hugin, you gotta have webs.
Exactly. Like you said, it seemed like the low end and the broadsword need to do the majority of the tackling for the Kizriels. and they just got pushed off or webbed down and controlled. And, the Lazy Piglets did a really good job of picking apart the low end, worrying that they might have the scrams and the webs to hold these ships in place, while the Kizrios don't have enough mids if they're trying to actually tank their ships, which they kind of need to with no Logi to save them. And they just control them by taking out the low end first, working bottom up. They played their comp perfectly to the win condition that it brought to the table.
That's right. We see here now the Kizrios trying to make these jumps, just not able to hold on to the Hugin. I suspect this entire team might have had only one web, and when you've got 100 MN Hugin, that's just not good enough.
Exactly, and with that, the match has concluded with a controlling and dominant victory by Lazy Piglets, and with that, we'll be sending it back to the desk.
And ad break.
Because someone said our previous ad was annoying, we've simplified things. Pew pew, zoom zoom, meow, pew pew pew. NPSI.rocks, the home of PvP on demand.
Welcome back to the desk, friends. I am CCP and joined alongside EVE Online's #1 Hugin appreciator, moderator, Lazy Piglets, with a commanding win over New Eden Villains Valley in this losers bracket. I think round four. New Eden's Villains Valley now eliminated from the tournament. Lazy Piglets moves on in their, again, dominant oppression of the tournament so far. Again, some of the most dominant matches we've seen in any tournament format over the last several years, as they've just pulled teams apart over these last several. Very impressive to watch. Gentlemen, while we have some time to talk about that match, I want to talk first with you, Genton, about the comp brought by New Eden Villains Valley. A triple Kizriel broadsword, fleet scythe, 2 Navy Griffins, no Logi. This is a Logiless rush. What's the thinking behind this comp? What's the let's call it the theory crafting that goes in behind this comp, and why did it not work out in this case?
Yeah, so these comps are sort of made to deal with the death ball control comps that teams are bringing, where you're sort of seeing one battleship, and then a couple of logistics frigates, and then a nice smattering of mid-range that you're just trying to move around the grid and do damage in the mid-range. And this just, you have 5 threats in this sort of comp. You saw that there, the Scythe Fleet issue, 3 Kizriels, a broadsword. All of those are fast, all of those have a lot of EHP, and all of them can do a hell of a lot of damage if they get on top of you. So the whole theory is, hey, it's very nice that you've brought all logistics to this game. Unfortunately, it's not going to keep anything alive. And you can just fight out to the late game. And with ships like the Kizriel as well, that can self-support their own application, as long as you're good at piloting, there's no way to win the late game if they're able to take it there.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of instances where you don't want things getting on top of you, and certainly an autocannon rush is among them. Let's talk, speaking of the autocannon rush and how to mitigate it and how to avoid things getting up on top of you. Moderator. I mean, this Lazy Piglets comp, first of all, let's talk I just get your initial reaction. The Hugin. What in the world is, I mean, how is one ship so oppressive in that match that I was able to almost fully negate what New Eden Villains Valley was trying to accomplish?
Yeah, if it looks like I have the most smug look on my face, it's because Tuskers earned it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm calling them, Tuskers, Lazy Piglets. They've got a mix of players. They've got Rylode, from Volta and such. Not an Elogi ship, interestingly. But during the last match, we were talking about, overpropped ships and, things like armor serves. Well, Lazy Piglets did actually just bring an overprop ship here. So we saw that the Huggen was, peaking around 1,000 kilometers, and like the casters were saying, yeah, they eventually scrammed it, but it's an afterburning ship. Scrams do nothing to that. Huggens, we saw that they were perfectly applying their webs to all of those ships, right? The Kizriel, 3 Kizriels, a broadsword, and a fleet scythe. Okay, you're now slowed down 70%, 60% rather, at range, and your rush comp runs into a brick wall and is completely hard countered. Lazy Piglets didn't even bring a lot of points, and they didn't have a lot of damage, but the control bar was through the roof. And this is a perfect example, giving it to Jin here, or you here, to talk about controlling things.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to see, and I mentioned this to you in the interim too. This sort of single battleship control setup that has been so effective in the past. Them, because New Eden Villains Valley clearly read that. They said, oh, they want to do that again, so we're just going to ban the Barghest. The Barghest was what was so effective last time. Easy, we ban the Barghest. And Lazy Piglets turn around and says, okay, well, we don't need a Barghest. We can do it with a Fleet Typhoon instead, which we have not seen a lot of Fleet Typhoons in the tournament so far. So them breaking it out like it was nothing is crazy. It's crazy to be able to make a pivot like that and still be, I mean, you effectively, you neuter the one comp that you're so afraid of. And the team comes back and says, okay, well, bad news. We have the exact same comp or a variation of it that does a similar amount of damage, maybe a little bit less flexibility because the Barghest has that range bonus. But at the same time, you still get absolutely shredded by that same comp. That's got to feel just not great. If I was going to speculate, probably not good. And that's on top of all the other things. I mean, Jinton, have you ever seen a control bar as girthy as the one that Lazy Piglets had in that last match?
Unfortunately, I was party to AT14, much as moderator.
Oh no!
Where we had to watch chameleon mirrors for about an entire weekend. So yes, I have seen significantly bigger control bars, but thankfully those are not allowed anymore.
That's true. I had not considered that. That's a good point.
But no, this Hugin pick really has been kind of a signature ship now for the Tuskers team for a long time. They're the only team that's picked it throughout the course of this tournament. It's got 2 picks, both of them worth from the Tuskers. And Mordrade, I have to ask, do you think it's going to be worth at some point teams starting to ban this out, given how effective it is at countering the rush?
Yeah, I'd say so. And something to note here, I've thrown it on screen in my very scuffed setup. Lazy Piglets came in 3 points under. So the reason you would bring the Fleet Typhoon here instead of the Barghest is because you run out of points. So you say, okay, it's 6 more points to bring the Barghest. I can bring a Fleet Typhoon. I'm going to throw a bunch of damage lows in the mid. And I'm going to say, Hugin, Sentinel, Pontifex, Double Moss. I can't bring that if I want to bring a Barghest. And those are both like the most effective, point values for that ship. And this is something that you bring out when you're, saying, hey, I need to pull out a W. This is very much like a hard composition to fly, very high skill ceiling, but very effective against any rush.
Absolutely, and was in this case as well, certainly. We have just a couple minutes left. We have one more match today, folks, and then we are going off air until tomorrow, where we do have our final matches in our finals bracket. We have Only Need 3 comps versus Burned My Prop Sorry. Only Need 3 comps banning the Hyena, the Loki, the Orthrus, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Burn My Prop Sorry banning the Sleipnir, the Orthrus, the Curse, the Scimitar. After seeing these bans so many times over the last couple of weeks, I feel like it's easy to get kind of lulled into just the standard, oh, they don't want Kite, oh, they want a Kite, oh, they don't want you know, they don't want to see a rush. They don't want to see the, you know, the get a Navy, that get a Navy, you know, kind of single battleship control sort of situation we've seen before. Looking at these bans now, looking at what these teams have done up till this point, knowing that these teams are about to see Lazy Piglets in their next match, do you feel like at any point there's any kind of pressure to hold something back for the next match, or do you think at this point they're just, we have to get through to the next one? Jintan, I'll ask you that question.
Yeah, no worries. I at this point, you know, with these teams being in the losers bracket, there's no point holding back. You've got to win this game. If you don't, you're going home. You're not going to get to compete in those final few matches. And, you know, as I found out earlier today, winning is very, very fun. It's the reason why people get up and try and play EVE Online every day. You know, these teams are going to want to duel it out. They're going to want to show their best comps. You know, this is the time you save them for.
You know, you're absolutely right. As it turns out, folks, winning is fun. Truly, we offer the highest tier commentary in EVE Online on the Anger Games panel. Winning is great. In fact, having more points than the other guy at the end of the match, also pretty good, if I was going to say so myself. We have one more match today, folks, before the end. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to break it down, but until then, we have Only Need 3 Comps versus Burn My Prop. Sorry. One more time, we have Chad Flame and Deebs in the arena. We'll be back here shortly.
Arena transition. Arena go.
Welcome to the arena. I am Chad Flame here with the one and only Deebs to bring you the Only Need 3 Comps versus Burn My Prop. And we are seeing the Armor Kisriels this time, with Parkbank bringing an Augur, so Logi on the field with the 2 Carius Maulus and a Retry for tackle. Deebs, would you run us through the other team's comp?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting comp as well, bringing ships that we normally don't see, including 2 Claymores, 3 Phantasms, a Skybreaker, and a solo Scalpel.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup brought there. Kind of reminds you of the old Fiend comps to a degree back in the old when you could bring AT ships day. But the solo Scalpel, an interesting pick, getting that one little Logi frigate and hopefully making a big difference. We have seen this a couple times, and it has worked out very well, shockingly. What is your thoughts on that?
It's definitely a choice. It's not the one that I would normally make, but then again, I'm not on a team that has such visionaries as Damasus Kadesh on it, so what do I know?
And the match begins, and we're going to see what these opening moves are. I think Only Need 3 Comps is going to be able to apply really well and take out this Augur. Got to get rid of that Logi as soon as possible, and it seems like that is what they are doing.
Yeah, but that said, Damasus and Debug in the Claymores both taking fairly significant damage here. That Scalpel solo can only do so much. The Claymores have plenty of tank. They should have those ASBs fitted, but it's still going to be a little bit of a struggle for them to tank this much damage that they seem to be getting.
Yeah, they pulled damage off of the AUG and have started testing the tank on the low-end ships, such as the Retry, the Carius. The Retry in half armor going down, not looking to tank very well. It does have the panic button and the assault damage control, but it does not. It looks like he has hit it in time, and damage has actually switched to the other team onto the Scalpel instead of these Claymores.
The Claymores now recovering. Damasus still taking some pretty significant damage. Debug seems to have dropped the damage entirely. Possible that they've swapped to Damasus as the primary. You can see here as well the red team chasing blue around, trying to get their hands on something, but blue doing a pretty good job of staying at range and not really getting caught here. In fact, blue's kind of gotten around them a little bit. That said, the Augur now in a bit of trouble. Red has managed to grab onto it and are putting the pressure on that Augur.
Yeah, Parkbank not looking like he's going to be around much longer, and that's going to really trickle the match. That low end is not going to be around very long without the reps from Parkbank, but still, Damasus going into really low shield and probably not going to hold. Those charges in the ASB are probably out now.
Yeah, I think we can tell from the defense bar that those charges are expended. He is out, and he is now down, which is a good chunk of their DPS, but not all of it by any means. 3 Phantasms and the last Claymore still putting out plenty of damage, so I don't think this is over yet. That said, the Skybreaker now going into very low shields and dropping rapidly.
Yeah, we got to see where the team picks up, though, next targets are getting called, and it looks like the retry to get rid of that tackle is going to be the next primary, and damage might end up going back onto the other Claymore of Debug.
Yeah, interestingly, Melinda in the Scalpel still alive, still putting out reps, though at a pretty far distance, closing in, trying to get in range to put those reps on Debug, who is now struggling into low shields.
Yeah, Melinda doing an interestingly good job here, being the only Logi on grid, keeping up. It's more of a delaying your team's deaths thing than actually keeping ships up. And it seems like the carries is actually going down rapidly as well.
Yeah, carries and retribution both falling. Carries down now, which should make a big difference for them, reducing that damp pressure on them, allowing them to reach out a little bit longer. The retribution trying to run away, but with no Logi, as long as that damage stays on it, it's really not much it can do. It will just slowly die. Debug looks like stabilized, possibly, in just about half shields, but it's looking very, very rough.
Yeah, Debug's probably used a fair amount of those Ansel charges still, though, but Melinda getting back in there and getting the Logi right on top of this Claymore as the retribution goes down. These are armored Kizreals, so they can tackle for themselves, but they are naturally slower if they are fitting any plates onto these ships. They have not gotten on top of anything yet, and they're shooting Captain Shinken, though, in the Phantasm, and he's dropping rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely. That arty pressure from those Kizreals, I believe that is what that is, really pushing onto that, going through the Phantasm's relatively thin buffer as things go. The Scalpel trying to hold it, but just not able to put the reps out in time in order to save it. So that's going to be one Phantasm down very shortly. And this puts both teams in not great positions.
I personally would take the team that has Logi on grid and that has the kiting ability to win, but they still have that Maulus to try and control that kiting range, as it does seem has seemed to stall out, though. And they're not really getting many damage on any of these Kizzes or the Maulus. And the Phantasm, they're going right for these Phantasms, and they're not tanking at all.
Yeah, we can see that the Kizreals are all spread out. They're at quite a bit of range. There's no tackle on them. It's potentially questionable if there is any tackle to go on to them at this point. The Phantasm unable to hold. Exano's now taking some damage in the Kizreel, but it is armor tanked, as we know, and it's not even reached armor yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much armor they actually have on these Kizreals. Some people tend to lean more towards the just run an Ansil, run damage, projection, and speed. So we're going to see how much tank is on this Kizreel. It is slowly bleeding shield, though, and not really taking that much damage. As another DPS ship in this Phantasm is about to go down, but he is catching some reps from the Scalpel, but will it be enough?
I don't think so. The Scalpel's struggling to even just keep up with that drone damage. As soon as another arty volley hits, and there it does, that Phantasm goes away. And now it's a Claymore versus 3 Kizreals with a Phantasm that pretty clearly isn't long for this world.
Yeah, that Claymore probably did get a reload off in its XLASB from not being shot for such a long time. But I don't think it's going to matter. They chewed through the other Claymore very easily once those XLASB charges ran out. They do have a little bit less in DPS on the grid, but we are seeing Rifuson's Kizreals start to go into armor, so we can actually see how much tank these Kizreals have in armor. And it doesn't look like they're breaking very quickly, as they are armor tanked, and it does seem like they actually have the tank to back that up.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see now the Claymore is struggling to catch that Kizreel as well. The Kizreel, very fast ship, and it's outpacing the Claymore. It turned there a little bit, took a little bit of damage, but it's pulling range, and it's winning this range control fight, and the other Kizreels are now erasing that Claymore, leaving a single Phantasm and a Scalpel to try and break 3 Kizreels, which I'm going to rate as unlikely.
Yeah, time running down in this match. I will say there did seem to be kind of a turning point. I think there was a moment where Only Need 3 comps had a very good, solid start to the match. They got rid of the Yager. They kind of got rid of that low end. But those Kizreals were doing amazing damage as the match progressed, getting onto a target, picking what target they wanted to volley, coordinating those volleys, and really just putting out DPS that the Scalpel could not really rep them through.
Yeah, you could see too that they're just disrespect to the scalpel there. They didn't bother killing it, and they were able to fight through it. And with that, the match is over, and we'll send it back to the desk for some analysis before the end of the day.
Add transition.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. I am CCP Jotun here alongside Jintan and moderator one more time for today, as Burn My Prop Sorry takes out Only Needs 3 comps, who is eliminated from the tournament. Burn My Prop Sorry will advance to face Lazy Piglets tomorrow. And an interesting setup, a lot of stuff we have not seen much of so far in the tournament, including especially Jintan. Let's talk for just a moment about this triple Kizreal setup from Burn My Prop Sorry. This was an armor kite, or sorry, an armor kite comp, a true armor kite comp with artillery, a fly swatter setup with battle cruisers in the Anger Games. We have definitely not seen that yet. Let's talk about why we don't see a lot of armor kites, and even more than that, sorry, why we have not seen a lot of fly killers so far in this tournament.
Yeah, so we'll break that down in parts. The reason why you don't see a lot of armor kite is for one very simple reason, and that's because plates make you slow. And Burned My Prop Sorry managed to get around that by simply not fitting any. I don't know if you were looking at the defense bar there, but it was absolutely minuscule. Even when Lazy Piglets only had about one ship left on grid in terms of that Claymore, they still had more EHP fielded than Burned My Prop. They were relying almost entirely on their control and their ability to dictate range with the superior agility and projection of those Kizreals to keep themselves alive and to put down their opponents. And I'm not really sure why we haven't seen too much Fly Killer. I suspect people are just worried about the matchup into Control and Kite. But generally what that's aiming to do is take advantage of artillery or another high alpha platform to just shred frigates at the start of a match and use the subsequent tackle advantage to just maneuver around the grid and pick away until you eventually do find a victory.
Well, they certainly used it to great effectiveness in this match, even being able to at times push through those Phantasms, which, not for nothing, the Phantasms are not especially tanky themselves, and especially when their only Logi support is a single, solitary, lonely Scalpel. Moderator, we are getting now towards the end of this tournament. We only have 4 teams left. We have 2 now in the winner's bracket and 2 in the loser's bracket. The question is becoming... Now, you brought up a really good point in the interim, which is the deeper and deeper we get into the tournament, it seems like these teams there have been plenty of teams throughout the contest so far who have brought what we would call control comps, right? Comps that have a lot of damps, comps that have a lot of jams, comps that have a lot of disruption, comps that have a lot of webs at range. All of these teams have done this, but I feel like a lot of times it is like a kid wearing their dad's jacket, right? And not to discredit a lot of the work done by a lot of these teams throughout the tournament, but it does really kind of feel like we're getting to the point now where the adults are talking, right? We're at the point now where these aren't just comp decisions made because that's what the meta looks like. These are comp decisions made because they know that individual pilots can get advantages in individual situations. Do you feel like now that we're getting here towards the end, these control comps are becoming that much more effective?
Yeah, absolutely. So something that, we've noted, last match we had, web control comp. This time we had a little bit less of a control comp, but still, something of that, right? We had a Mollis, we had a Carries that were applying excellent damps. And it actually saved Parkbank early on. I mean, he was taking a ton of damage, but a lot of damps hit. And a Claymore that's heavy assault missile fit does, 30K, has 30K range with standard ammo, right? If you then, damp it down so it can't apply that, right? And missiles have to chase after something, right? So if you're continuing to burn, it's still using the fuel in that missile to get to you and hit you. So Parkbank was taking damage, burned away, and then all of a sudden this damage just completely fell off of him. And I mean, Augur's not exactly known for being the, most tanky ship in the world, but he was able to survive, just long enough that it tipped, the balance away, from only need 3 comps. Because you can see a scenario where Augur dies, Carries, Mollis die, and then, someone gets killed. The rest of your team just falls apart. But, you survive long enough, you buy time, you punch through a Claymore. Okay, now I'm out some links. Then I kill another Claymore later on. Okay, now I'm out more link. And, that's what happens when you get to these top 4 teams. If you want to win, if you want to be one of the big boys and make it to the final day, you have to be able to control. You cannot be one-dimensional, two-dimensional. We're three-dimensional, okay? We're in outer space, okay? So you need to be able to have depth to your game if you want to win. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. There's some excellent teams that definitely deserve to be here. Shout out to some of my friends in Spooky Action at a distance. I, was on that team in Anger Games 1. They won that event, and now they're going to try winning Anger Games 6. I think they're the favorites. Jin, Jotun, who do you guys like this tournament so far?
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's tough. It's so tough. Jin, you go first.
I think I'm going to put it on Lazy Piglets, but that might be recency bias. We've watched them a lot today, and I've been so excited to see their execution. They seem completely locked in. As always, I think that their theory crafting in these smaller tournaments isn't quite as focused as it can be in the AT. But God, when you're fighting against teams with a team with that much tournament pedigree, that much experience, you're probably closing in on 2,000, 3,000 matches if you tot up everyone's totals in that team.
It is so hard looking at. I mean, there've just been so many good. I mean, if you would have asked me at the beginning of this thing who I would have expected to see in the finals, I'm not sure that I would have picked all 4 of these teams. Though certainly they all have their own. I mean, they all would have made their own. I will say there's only one team so far who in this bracket has gone, who has completely eliminated every ship on the other side in every match, and that is No Spaceship for Old Men, who I don't know if they are a favorite. It's hard to say, but I like them, and I think I might give it to them in this case. But again, all of these teams, I mean, every single one of these teams has, and we've talked about Lazy Piglets all day long. We've talked about Spooky Action Distance all day long about how good these teams are. If nothing else, I think we can say that this format has done a great job of putting the best teams in a position to prove that they're the best teams by putting them up against other best teams and giving us the best shot at having the best finals tomorrow. It's just the best, guys. I love these tournaments. This is so fun. Okay, well, folks, listen. It's been great. Thank you so much for joining us on this, the 5th and penultimate day of the Anger Games tournament. We have one more left, and this one is for everything. We will be... Did I say something wrong? Apparently I'm being... Oh, no, did I say something about bottoms? Goodness.
No. I was just going to say, Anger Games, we've really kind of came a long way. Started out kind of as just this tiny community tournament that was almost Imperium only. We had to basically sneak our way in, to get in and, try to take out some of these, goon teams. And now we have, the best teams. We have an incredibly professional, set of casters that I've had the pleasure of working with for many years. And in the 6th iteration, we've got some of the best teams in the tournament. We've got 4,000 of you guys watching. And I think we're really getting to the level where, Anger Games is becoming, a staple of the community and part of the tournament season. And the teams are coming out showing that they're really here for it. It's not just, a tournament, it's part of, the 1-2 punch of the main circuit. So glad to be here with all of you, and I'm super excited for what we've got tomorrow.
Well said, moderator. Seriously, we have talked in the past about how great these tournaments are for our community, and man, I am so happy to be here as well with you guys also. Folks, that will do it for us today. We have one more tomorrow, and this is for the bag. Hope you'll join us then. We are starting 15 minutes early tomorrow at 16:45 UTC. Please join us. I have been, or rather with me has been Jin Tan, and moderator, I have been CCP Jotun. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the finals of the Anger Games 6. Until then, be good. We'll see you soon.
Outro.
Connecting. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty.